Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Assembly Judiciary. Welcome to everyone here in Carson City, everyone there in Las Vegas, and anyone watching online today, either through Nellis or through YouTube. Committee Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod. Here. Assemblywoman Cohen. Here. Assemblywoman Considine. Assemblywoman Gallant. Here. Assemblyman Gray. Here. Assemblywoman Hanson. Here. Assemblywoman Hardy. Here. Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch. Here. Assemblywoman Marzola. Here. Assemblywoman Mosca. Here. Assemblywoman Newby. Here. Assemblyman Orentlicker. Here. Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong. Here. Assemblyman Urick. Here. Chair Miller.
Here. And please mark Assemblywoman Considine present. She'll be here shortly. With that, just a few reminders before we get started. Please make sure that you turn down the volume on any of your devices. Also, do know we will have public comment at the end of today's hearing. Public comment is not intended to remark on any of the bills that we hear during the meeting, but it is to make comments on anything else under the purview of this committee. With that, we do have two bills today on the agenda, and it's my understanding that the two bill sponsors would like to present together. So with that, we have Senate Bill 35, which comes from the Attorney General's office, and will be presented by Chief of Staff Teresa Benitez Thompson. This revises provisions related to controlled substances. It will also be presented by Attorney General Ford. The second bill is Senate Bill 343, presented by Majority Leader Cannizzaro, and I believe Michael Schwartzer, who is down in Grant Sawyer today. And this revises provisions relating to fentanyl and derivatives of fentanyl. And so with that, the bill hearing is open. I'd welcome everyone up to the table. If I missed any presenters, please introduce them. Give you a few minutes to get settled in, and with that, whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Chair Miller, members of the committee. My name is Aaron Ford, and I am your Attorney General. Delighted to be with you today. Come before you today as the state's top law enforcement officer to discuss a bill that will give our state a new tool to fight the opioid epidemic by adjusting the law related to illicit fentanyl and penalties associated with its unlawful possession, manufacturing, distribution, and trafficking, Senate Bill 35. Specifically, this bill makes an amount of fentanyl between 14 and 28 grams enough for a mid-level trafficking charge, and an amount of 28 grams or more enough for a high-level trafficking charge. For our conversations today, when I say fentanyl, I mean illicitly manufactured fentanyl, distributed and trafficked fentanyl. I do not mean properly medically prescribed fentanyl. Before I go further, I want to be clear about what this bill is not intended to do. To do that, I'd like to invoke a popular television show to demonstrate. It's called Snowfall. I don't know if any of you have ever watched Snowfall, but it's an interesting television show to draw an analogy from. If the members of the committee haven't seen it, my apologies, but I do think the analogy is apropos. It's a story about how crack began, how the show chronicles how an off-the-books CIA operation contributed to the destruction that rock cocaine leveled on South Central Los Angeles. This bill goes after Teddy McDonald in that case, in that show. He's the CIA agent who buys cocaine from Central America and from South America and manufactures it for sale in South Central LA. This bill goes after Oso, who helps Teddy secure and distribute the cocaine. This bill goes after Franklin Saint, who buys the cocaine from Teddy and runs the enterprise that manufactures crack, which involves the cooking and rocking up of the cocaine that's being distributed. This bill goes after Franklin's uncle and aunt, Jerome and Louie, who help to distribute the crack into the communities. And yes, the bill goes after Leon, one of Franklin's childhood friends who also distributes crack and oversees others who sell it. But it is not intended to go after Wanda. Wanda in Snowfall uses and is addicted to crack. To be sure, when Wanda was actually cooking it up, she would be a target. But as an addict, she is secondary under this bill. Stated succinctly, I'm not trying to recreate the war on drugs during the crack cocaine era. We made mistakes then, and we need to learn from those mistakes. And we don't want to repeat them here. As an aside, after hearing on this bill in the Senate, when it was asked why I referenced fictional characters in this discussion. Obviously, it was by way of an example. But let's be clear, while I may reference fictional characters, this issue is indeed nonfiction. We can all name friends, we can name family members, we can name colleagues and others who have been affected by fentanyl, including those who use drugs and who are addicted. That's not lost on me, and I'm sure it's not lost on you. That's why this bill is not intended to go after those who are struggling with addiction. We learned incarceration does not help those who need help unless help is offered during incarceration. That's why I've included in Senate Bill 35 medicated assisted treatment for opioid use disorder. It's called MAT for short, so that jails and prisons can offer help to those finding themselves incarcerated. We've had conversations with addiction and recovery stakeholders who actually proposed more resources for MAT, and I support that as well. Access to MAT is becoming more a reality every day. Section 1262 of the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023 removed the requirement for practitioners to hold a separate waiver to dispense important medications to those suffering from substance use disorders. That's an important note for this bill as well. Senate Bill 35 pertains to those who traffic 14 grams or more of fentanyl. To be clear, a person who is simply using drugs while struggling with addiction would almost certainly not be in possession of a large amount of fentanyl. For example, 140 counterfeit pills for personal use. Some in opposition to this bill may disagree with our assessment there, but my conversations with members of both the recovery community and law enforcement support my contention. I do want to be clear, though, that while we are working very closely with stakeholders and concerned parties to ensure that this bill looks to have minimal impact on those who are not involved in trafficking, we continue to listen, and we're very much open to incorporating their concerns into this bill. So what this bill is intended to do is to give law enforcement the tools to go after those who are unlawfully distributing fentanyl and address the inherent danger it brings and the death that it causes. This drug is dangerous. This is not a moral crusade against drug use. It's a crusade to save the lives of our fellow Nevadans. We can't stand idly by and do nothing. I'd also like to note one more thing that this bill does not do. It does not roll back elements of AB 236. I'm sure you're all familiar with AB 236 from the 2017 session. To the contrary, it advances the very policy that it embraced of adjusting weights and penalties based on specific drugs. Justice Hardesty, when he testified for AB 236, stated that expressly. He said himself that we would need to revisit the drug weights based on the particular fatalities, if you will, of drugs involved. We are doing that right here. So this in no way is a rollback of AB 236. Instead, as I've indicated, it is a continuation of the policy that 236 embraced. So while we're seeking to tighten restrictions on and enhance penalties related to illicit fentanyl, because narcotics do not split into even doses on the same quantities, the gram amounts we're suggesting were determined by looking at possible dosages. To make a hypothetical comparison, 100 grams of fentanyl does not make the same number of doses as 100 grams of, say, cocaine. We're talking about a much higher number of doses of an incredibly dangerous drug when matched weight to weight with the same amount of other drugs. We've remained open to discussions regarding the final amounts in weight. But we believe that it is too dangerous not to reckon with how many more doses are contained in a gram of fentanyl. When we're discussing trafficking, it's important to keep in mind that the actual amount of the drug that can be distributed or sold. Lesser amounts of fentanyl are considered a potentially lethal dose as compared to other drugs. It should be clear then why we can't treat fentanyl like any other drug, why the weights involved are inherently different when talking about this drug, a drug that can kill you with a minuscule amount. Fentanyl is a scourge because of these low dose amounts. It is simply far easier to overdose. It can be added to other drugs without users' knowledge, and it can create an additional likelihood of overdose. According to data that we received from the Nevada Overdose Data to Action Program, there were 497 overdose deaths in Nevada in 2022, containing a synthetic opioid like fentanyl. This includes fentanyl analogs such as carfentanil. According to DHHS, there were 566 opioid-related deaths in Nevada in 2021. In 59% of these deaths, synthetic opioids like fentanyl were found. 20% of the 566 deaths involved heroin. Think about that for a moment. Fentanyl is involved in essentially 3 times as many deaths as heroin. It's a dangerous drug. Opioids were also found in over 90% of all multi-drug deaths in 2021, according to DHHS. This is another sign of the extremely concerning problems of dealers intentionally mixing fentanyl in with other drugs, leading consumers to take narcotics without being fully aware of what they're taking. If a person were to take a large dose of cocaine without knowing it had a large amount of fentanyl mixed in, the results can and oftentimes are deadly. And that's just deaths, by the way. According to the CDC, in 2022, we had a range between 6.2 and 10.3 people per 100,000 visiting the emergency room with a suspected overdose per month. So as you can see, and as you have undoubtedly heard, we have a big problem with illicit fentanyl. And this bill intends to address some of those problems. So turning to the bill, let me review SB 35 with you section by section. Section 1, lines 3 through 9, establish 2 things. First, the affected chapter, NRS 453, controlled substances. Second, a definition of who is targeted by this bill. That is, a person who knowingly or intentionally sells, manufactures, delivers, or brings into the state, or who knowingly or intentionally in actual or constructive possession of illicitly manufactured fentanyl, any derivative of fentanyl, or any mixture which contains fentanyl. I know there's, as an aside, a lot of debate around whether possession should be involved in this. Let me be clear, this is a trafficking bill. The definition of trafficking is weight and possession. You can't remove possession from a trafficking bill because then you will no longer have a trafficking bill. We have possession bills, to be sure, but this is a trafficking bill. We cannot remove possession from a trafficking bill and still have a trafficking bill. Subsection 2 creates the crime of mid-level trafficking in fentanyl for those who traffic 14 to 28 grams of illicit fentanyl. This crime will be punishable by a Category B felony, imprisonment for a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of up to 15 years, and a fine of not more than $100,000. Section 3 creates the crime of high-level trafficking in fentanyl for those who traffic 28 grams or more. This crime is punishable as a Category A felony for life with the possibility of parole after a minimum of 10 years served, or for a defined term of 25 years with eligibility for parole after a minimum of 10 years, and a fine of not more than $500,000. Section 2 adds provisions of Section 1 to existing state statutes regarding unlawful acts related to imitation controlled substances. Section 3 adds the provisions of Section 1 to statutes regarding penalties for making available controlled substances which cause death. Section 4 adds provisions of Section 1 to other statutes that deal with additional penalties for failing to render or seek medical assistance for persons injured or killed by the use of controlled substances under certain circumstances. Section 5 adds provisions of Section 1 regarding unlawful possession of a controlled substance without a valid prescription. Section 6 adds provisions of Section 1 to statutes regarding possession for the sale of, quote, club drugs / MDMA, unquote. Section 7 adds provisions of Section 1 to existing language regarding the determination of weights of controlled substances. Section 8 adds provisions of Section 1 to existing language regarding Schedule 1 or 2 substances. It's not my intent to target fentanyl that is legally manufactured, properly labeled, including lot numbers, and is available for medicinal purposes through a distribution system approved by the Drug Enforcement Agency. It's important to note that. Section 9 ensures the enforcement measures in Section 1 are applied to the statute regarding trafficking for controlled substances. Section 10 adds provisions of Section 1 to the Good Samaritan Overdose Drug Act. Majority Leader Canizaro will have more to say about that. Section 11 adds mid-level and high-level trafficking of fentanyl to the chapter regarding criminal history records. Section 12, generally speaking, adds provisions of Section 1 to statutes of crimes related to racketeering. Sections 12.3 and 12.7 add the provisions related to medicated-assisted treatment that I referenced earlier in my testimony. And Section 13 adds mid-level and high-level trafficking for fentanyl in the chapter on personnel as an immoral crime. As I close, I want to note that my administration has been at the forefront of the fight against the opioid epidemic in Nevada. For example, we work diligently to help form the One Nevada Agreement on allocation of opioid recoveries. This agreement is an intrastate allocation agreement with all Nevada counties and litigating cities. It provides a mechanism to allocate recoveries in opioid settlements and bankruptcies between the state, counties, and litigating cities with one purpose: to remediate the harms, risks, and impacts of opioids. We've secured hundreds of millions of dollars in opioid settlements for the state and for the signatories to the One Nevada Agreement that will be paid over the coming years. Yesterday, I held a press conference and I said we've brought in over $500 million. I misspoke. I should have been a little more precise. We brought in $606 million. 606, well over $500 million, I should say. Including yesterday's announcement that we brought in $151,858,772.26 from CVS in an opioid settlement that we just announced yesterday. We've continued holding manufacturers, distributors, pharmacies, and others accountable for their roles in the opioid crisis. And the SURGE group that I oversee, the statewide substance use response working group, continues to work to try to find harm reduction approaches to this. But this is not just a public health issue, it's a public safety issue as well, which is why I'm here as a top law enforcement officer in the state, attempting to find the right balance in addressing this issue. As I tender the mic to my colleague, I'd like to note that I have great affinity and admiration for those who may disagree with this bill. I know this is not an easy bill to undertake. As you know, my office operates under what we call our 5 C's. One of those C's is constitutional law and the protection of all of our constitutional rights. In that vein, I am generally aligned with, for example, the ACLU and their fight to protect our civil liberties. And I appreciate the public defenders who try to ensure that our criminal justice system likewise abides by our Constitution. There are many other organizations out there that work in this space, and we acknowledge their sincere efforts to work with us on this. And we've all negotiated in good faith, but frankly just couldn't come to agreement on certain points. Such is the case sometimes where reasonable minds can disagree. But I still stand ready, working with my colleague to my right, to address this issue. You're going to hear from people who are in the field every day encountering fentanyl in pill form, generally speaking, but also in powder form, and it is killing people. You will hear testimony from folks who have been affected directly by friends and family members who have been killed by fentanyl. You will hear from family members who asked me personally to pursue something along these lines. And so as we endeavor to do this, we ask that you give due consideration to this and help us to address issues that are affecting so many in our state right now. So thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'd like to turn the mic to my colleague, Senate Majority Leader Nicole Canizaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to you and to the members of this committee. My name is Nicole Canizaro, and I serve as a senator from Senate District 6 in the northwest portion of the Las Vegas Valley and as your Senate Majority Leader. I am pleased to be here today with my colleague and friend, Attorney General Aaron Ford, to present to you a companion bill to Senate Bill 35, Senate Bill 343. This particular bill, along with Senate Bill 35, attempts to allow us some additional tools to address what is an ongoing and growing fentanyl crisis in our communities. I am honored to be here today to join the Attorney General because even though I think this discussion can be difficult, and there are certainly some very valid questions surrounding how it is that we implement this law, I do think that it is a discussion that is worthy and an issue that needs our attention. It is something that I think we absolutely have to address in some fashion. And so I am grateful to be able to have this conversation with you all this morning. While we do not have perfect statistics in the state of Nevada to show just how prevalent fentanyl is, because it is frequently mixed with other substances, it's very uncommon and almost impossible to encounter what we would deem pure, raw fentanyl. You're going to encounter this in our communities, by our constituents, by families, in a form where it is contained within another substance. It is usually in very small amounts, but despite being in very small amounts, a very small amount of fentanyl is extremely lethal. And I think that that is really at the crux of what we are trying to address here with these bills. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that we are seeing an unprecedented increase in opioid overdoses and deaths that can absolutely be attributed to fentanyl. For example, from July to August of 2022, that is 1 month, just from July to August of last year, Nevada saw a 66% increase in opioid-related emergency room visits. From January to July of 2022, Clark County alone saw an estimated 1,412 opioid-related overdoses. These numbers are staggering. This is not usual. This is not within what might be normal limits. This is the kind of data that I think requires us to act, requires us as a legislative body to take some kind of steps to address. They include first-time drug users and a lot of kids in our communities who are being preyed upon in order to gain money and cash and are being given fentanyl, and most of the time they are lucky if where they end up is just an emergency room. They may think that they're taking something far less dangerous than fentanyl, and like I said, if they're lucky, they'll end up in our emergency room. But more often than not, if you are taking a counterfeit prescription pill or something that is laced with fentanyl, because the drug is so strong, they often do not even make it to the emergency room. And that is real. And you will hear from some families who can talk about their experiences. We have all heard these horrific stories. And I would bet that everyone in this room may know someone personally through friends or family who has dealt with the destruction that this particular drug is doing to our families, friends, and mostly our children. If anything, the flood of fentanyl seems to be getting worse very quickly. And so we must use every tool at our disposal to help to address this unprecedented crisis and to be able to give law enforcement the tools that they need to target those individuals who are preying upon our communities. One of these tools is to talk about fentanyl in the trafficking context. For those who are intentionally manufacturing and distributing illicit fentanyl, they're doing so without any concern for human life. It is to turn a profit. And we should have the right tools to be able to identify and to hold those individuals accountable. And what these two bills are seeking to do, in conjunction with one another, is to allow for those tools to exist, but also to create some balances, because we know that opioid use, which is helping to drive some of the fentanyl crisis that we're seeing, is absolutely something that needs to be addressed as well. I think we can do both. It does not have to be one or the other. And I do not believe that giving tools to law enforcement to be able to identify and hold accountable those who are victimizing our communities is something that we should ignore. I think that we can do both, and I think these bills are really seeking, and what we have done throughout this process is to try and find a balance between those two different but related and both important ideals. As amended, Senate Bill 343 is fairly straightforward. Section 1 establishes the crime of low-level fentanyl trafficking, which is a Category B felony. A person who knowingly or intentionally sells, manufactures, delivers, or brings into the state, or who knowingly or intentionally is in actual or constructive possession of illicitly manufactured fentanyl or derivatives or mixtures containing fentanyl is guilty of low-level trafficking and is subject to a 1 to 6 year sentence and a fine of not more than $50,000. The remaining sections of Senate Bill 343 make conforming changes much along the lines of Senate Bill 35 to ensure that low-level trafficking of fentanyl is treated the same as low-level trafficking provisions involving other Schedule I or Schedule II substances as appropriate. As mentioned, when this bill was amended on the Senate side, we removed provisions that would have taken the low-level trafficking out of Good Samaritan provisions in NRS 453C.150. Those are retained. So under current law, where you are calling, and what that particular section of NRS does is allow that if you are experiencing an overdose or someone that you are with is experiencing an overdose and you call for help, that where the evidence of that is mere possession, that you could not be prosecuted for that when it involves low-level trafficking. Those provisions of NRS as they currently exist are retained within this particular bill and would apply in that fashion. We may need some to make sure that that is very clear in what it is we are attempting to do with that portion of the bill because of that amendment on the Senate side, and you may hear that concern as well. And so we just wanted to be clear with the committee members that that was part of what this bill was amended to reflect on the Senate side. Additionally, I did want to note a couple of other things that I think the committee may hear as well, and so that you are aware of ongoing discussions on this particular bill. We did receive some amendments and suggestions from the Public Defender's Office and Mr. Pirro. I spoke with him. There are a few provisions of that amendment that I think we are still considering, and there's language that still needs to be worked out. Specifically, I believe that you will hear a request to establish a new crime for intentional misrepresentation of a fentanyl product for individuals who are selling a product that they know contains fentanyl to someone and not telling them that it contains fentanyl. I think that there's still language that needs to be worked out in that proposed amendment from Mr. Pirro, and I did tell him that I was committed to continuing to have that discussion. That particular amendment would provide a higher penalty of 2 to 20 years and a Category B felony. So we are certainly taking that under consideration. There was also a discussion, as I mentioned, about ensuring that the Good Samaritan pieces of the law as they currently exist in NRS are retained. We believe that that is the case, but if we did need some language to help clarify that, would be open to that as well. Mr. Pirro also suggested a discussion on an affirmative defense for individuals who are not aware of whether or not what they're distributing is fentanyl. What was presented to us, I think, deviates from what current Nevada law is because it requires certain pieces of a jury verdict form and pattern instruction. I did tell him I would be open to working on what an affirmative defense might look like and making sure that that language makes sense. So while we have not reached agreement on that, we remain open to that discussion. We also have discussions ongoing about potential studies to discuss lab work currently in Nevada, and this is true for any Schedule I substance that you may encounter, and those are typically what you would see in trafficking charges and in drug charges. We are testing to see if that particular substance is present. We do not do a test. We do not have the capacity to test for what we might call pure fentanyl. That does not exist. It doesn't happen if you have cocaine. We are not testing for what portion of that is pure cocaine. We would need significant upgrades to Nevada laboratories in order to be able to accomplish that, but would be happy to look at that issue more in depth because that is not something that we would be able to do, even with a whole bunch of money in this particular legislative session. And so those, I think, are some of the pieces that we have been discussing that you may hear today as well, and we are still trying to work through some of those language pieces and find some consensus. I think to the Attorney General's point, when we are talking about trafficking, what we're really getting at is that when you have a particular amount of a substance, it is not for personal use. You are distributing that. You are using that to turn a profit and to prey upon communities, without regard for human life, without regard to the damage and destruction that comes as a result of that. And we have trafficking laws on the books currently. Some of those trafficking laws pertain to things, and you will hear, I think, testimony. This is absolutely not intended to be a reiteration of the war on drugs. There are currently substances, for example, and I am never going to be able to say this particular substance correctly, so I'm sure that there is someone who can, but if you talk about GHB, or what we would commonly refer to as a date rape drug, you cannot possess that. That is not if you possess a certain level of grams. When we were discussing Assembly Bill 236, and I provide that as an example, there's no legitimate reason for someone to have that substance. If you have it, you will be subject to trafficking penalties. And there are different penalties for something like that, a substance like GHB, than there are for things like cocaine or methamphetamine. We treat them differently. And I think we can do that without sort of putting everything under the umbrella of trying to just go after or penalize or over-criminalize people who are addicts. I think we, again, can do both. And if you look at current Nevada statute, there are exceptions to what we currently have under trafficking for many Schedule I substances, and those substances that there is not a legitimate purpose for someone to possess unless they are victimizing and profiting from our constituents and the families that live in our communities. Fentanyl deserves, I believe, to be in that category, to be treated a little bit differently. And that's what these bills are attempting to do. And so I wanted to just offer that as some context with respect to, I think, the discussion that we will have today. Madam Chair, I do have down with me from Grant Sawyer, from the Clark County District Attorney's Office, Michael Schwartzer. He's a prosecutor who deals regularly in these fentanyl cases. With your permission, I would like to turn it over to him to give some remarks, and then I think we may all be open for some questions. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me over there?
Yes, we can.
Morning.
Just please make sure you state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Of course. My name is Michael Schwartzer, Michael-Schwartzer. I am a Chief Deputy District Attorney with the Clark County District Attorney Office. I am currently assigned to the HIDA unit, which is the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Unit. Before that, I was a homicide prosecutor, and before that, I was a gang prosecutor. I transferred over to HIDA in 2021 from homicide to deal with overdose death cases that's affecting and plaguing Clark County right now, especially with the use of fentanyl. Since 2021, I have been prosecuting overdose cases which involve individuals that have dealt fentanyl, and that fentanyl has led to killing an individual, and then we prosecute them under our statutes for providing that substance that kills them. Additionally, I also do wire interceptions, and I do a high-level amount of drug charges, specifically with fentanyl as well. And what we see on the prosecution side is this. With overdose death, we have 16 of them right now in our system, whether they've been sentenced or we've been or we're currently in prosecution. We have 16 that have entered our court system. We've had more than 24 investigations that I've been involved in, and I know Metro has been involved in about hundreds of these investigations. With these individuals that we find that have been killed by this fentanyl substance, we never find more than 10 pills at most on them. Usually a lot less, usually it's 1 or 2. Death's very immediate, and there's usually a half pill still left a lot of times when we find these individuals. When it comes to prosecuting individuals who are selling fentanyl with the pills, we have found that trafficking amounts at the current statute level is almost non-existent. I can count on one hand how many high-level trafficking cases we have in our system. Out of those few that we do have, almost all of them are some type of transport being done by an individual who is transporting it from one different city to another different city, acting almost as a delivery person for an organization that deals in fentanyl. We never see these pill dealers at that high-level trafficking amount. And quite frankly, we very rarely see them at the low-level trafficking amount, which is 100 to 400 grams as it currently states. And the reason for that is for 100 grams of fentanyl at this point, you need about 1,000 pills. Recently, I had a case where we were dealing with an individual who's a 9-time felon who is a known drug dealer who sells significant amounts of methamphetamine, but also sells fentanyl pills as well. Our first buy with that individual was 40 pills that turned out to be fentanyl. knowingly fentanyl from this individual based on the transaction that we had with them. That turned out to be about 4 grams on the dot. So 40 pills is about 4 grams. And that, like I've said, we have never found 40 pills on any of our overdose cases that I have been involved in. Nowhere even remotely close. So what we're dealing with on the prosecution side is people who have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pills, people who are selling hundreds and hundreds of pills to our undercover detectives, and there's not a charge for trafficking there. It's just a possession charge. Even if someone sells 100 pills, well, we can charge them with sale, the possession itself would fall in the 4 to 14 range. As this committee is well aware, under 453.336, if you have under 14 grams of fentanyl, it's charged as an E felony, and that's mandatory deferment if you don't have more, if you have less than 2 offenses or 1 or 2 offenses. So you can have 100 pills, and that would be a mandatory deferment, even if it's prosecuted at the fullest level to trial. In which, by mandatory deferment, that means the individual wouldn't end up with a felony conviction. The person could actually have the case dismissed as long as they follow the steps for the deferment. But even if you do get the felony, it's a mandatory probation felony as well. So right now, when it comes to people dealing in 100 pills, and quite frankly, most of the dealers that we see dealing to individuals that are killing people are dealing about 100 pills a week, sometimes under that. Those individuals are not facing any significant type of penalty. They're facing possibly a C felony if we can prove it, which is a 1 of 5. And then if we can't prove the sale, which a lot of times we can't, unless someone dies, and therefore we can get into their phone, they're getting mandatory probation for dealing in 100 pills a week. It ties our hands and quite frankly leads to probably more deaths in our community. One of the more frustrating things I've had to deal with is I had a case in which a 20-year-old woman died after buying 5 pills from an individual. We charged that individual with murder. I'll call him Chris. I won't go for the full name. He was convicted of manslaughter and is now in prison. We were able to track down where he bought his pills from, a guy that I'll call Oscar. We, based on that, did a search warrant and went into that person's house and found 800 pills of fentanyl, along with other drugs as well. So the individual ultimately responsible for dealing in or supplying the pills that ended up killing a young woman in our community, we didn't have enough for trafficking, even though he was known to be a person who supplied fentanyl pills to street-level dealers. He pled to that charge, which at that time was a high-level possession of controlled substance. A judge put him on probation, and he continued to sell fentanyl pills until a federal wire caught him, and now he's looking at federal time for drug distribution that leads to death. So he's looking for a significant higher penalty by the feds, but it took a year for the feds to get to him, and they don't take a lot of cases. And during the meantime, this individual for a year was bringing in hundreds and hundreds of pills into our community. We just, at this current point, don't have the tools to prosecute individuals that we know are known suppliers of fentanyl pills. The thresholds at this point is too high. I would like to also note that fentanyl is unique in that regard. What Senator Cannizzaro said regarding GHB, I think should also apply to fentanyl as well. When preparing for this, I saw what happened in the Senate, and I've seen people bring up sugar packets and say, like, look, just one sugar packet is equal to 1 gram. That you can end up with trafficking if you have 4 of one thing and then 1 of the other. 1 gram of fentanyl can kill 500 people. It's a scientific. I mean, I've been talking to medical toxicologists, forensic toxicologists. Just doing a brief internet research, looking at PBS, the CDC, 2 milligrams of fentanyl is lethal. So if you put that into 1 gram, that's 500 deaths that can occur from 1 gram of fentanyl. That's unique. No other drug does that, as far as I've been involved in. Meth doesn't do that. Heroin doesn't do that. Cocaine doesn't do that. Fentanyl is unique with how deadly it is and how small amount it is. A paperclip amount of fentanyl could kill 500 people. And right now, the fact that it takes over 1,000 pills to get to low-level trafficking, maybe, has created this system in which people who are dealing fentanyl in our system are not facing the consequences they should be facing. In fact, they're facing a lot lesser penalties than people who deal in methamphetamine and cocaine and heroin, because quite frankly, when you deal with methamphetamine, heroin, and cocaine, you're dealing with larger amount of weights because you deal a larger amount of that, because it takes more of that in order to turn a profit versus fentanyl. So what this bill does, it gives the prosecution tools to fight the individuals who supply and deal in fentanyl and put this poison into our community. During my time as a prosecutor for HIDA, during my year and a half doing it, I have dealt with families of all different race, all different religion, all different background, all different wealth, all different parts of the city. They all are affected in a traumatic fashion from this drug. This drug doesn't pick. It's not a drug for rich people. It's not a drug for poor people. It's not a drug for white people. It's not a drug for black people or Hispanic people. It's a drug that is involved in every community, in every social status, in every type of wealth. And it's just killing and killing people. I would say the majority of my cases are individuals under the age of 25 who have died from this, including a 13-year-old girl who went to Addiston and a 17-year-old girl who graduated from Centennial and was playing soccer at community college. I've had overdoses at an 8th grade middle school in Clark County. This is a drug that is killing our youth, and something needs to be done about it. And because of that, and because right now the prosecution doesn't have the tools to fight these people, I strongly encourage you guys to consider this bill. I'll pass my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. I believe with that, we would stand ready to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before we get into members' questions, I'm just wondering, is there a toxicologist or pharmacist or anything like that here available for questions? I was just wondering because he had mentioned and just making sure so that we had, scientific, accurate data.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So I believe that Mr. Schwartzer, in his capacity as a prosecutor who deals in these cases, is speaking from a lot of his experience in just having the evidence and the data for what was discovered, what was tested, what the results of all those laboratory reports are. We are happy if there are specific pieces that we can provide to the committee. We would be happy to do that. I don't believe, from my check of the audience here, that we have someone who is a specific toxicologist or someone from the forensic laboratory who could speak to those particular pieces, but I do believe that Mr. Schwartzer's testimony relates to real-life data from cases that he has worked on and what they encounter in the field, but certainly happy to provide any additional information. I believe he did mention just publicly available information from the CDC as well.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, Aaron Ford, for the record, I must say it's not generally disputed. The facts that he's recited relative to the lethality of fentanyl, it's not generally disputed that he's accurate in that regard. But to her point, we're happy to supplement the record, if you like, with some toxicologists who can have evidence for that for you, if you'd like to see that.
Okay, just because we always want to make sure we have accurate information. And again, while this is still a new phenomena that's being presented, we want to get as much information as we can. My next question to Attorney General is that last night I received an email stating that there would be an amendment submitted and that I should expect that amendment either late last night or this morning. And I'm just wondering where we are what's the condition of that amendment, because I've not received it yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aaron Ford, for the record. That amendment is what was referenced by Senator Majority Leader Nicole Canizaro. We've been working, obviously, in tandem with others, such as the public defenders and others, to try to ascertain what the amendment is going to look like. It's not quite there yet relative to which provisions we're going to accept, which ones we think are friendly amendments, which ones we think are unfriendly amendments. So we're not prepared at this juncture to provide it.
Okay, so the amendment then would pertain to both bills.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. I think that the amendment as proposed from the Public Defender's Office and from Mr. Pirro was related to both bills, right, because they sort of touch on the same topic area. Some of this doesn't amend language that's currently in the bill. Some of it is a request to add an additional charge or to add some additional language for a defense. I think we are still at the point where that language for those particular pieces, as suggested by Mr. Pirro, that we're inclined to discuss, that language is not quite where it needs to be. Which bill it ultimately ends up in, I think, is also still a discussion that we are having. But the amendment requests, the proposed amendments that were submitted to us, were pertaining to both bills and weren't necessarily specific to one or the other. And so I think we're just still working through those pieces of it. But there were those three pieces that I mentioned during my testimony with respect to the new charge for the intentional misrepresentation of illicit fentanyl, the affirmative defense language, and then some Good Samaritan pieces in a study, if there needs to be some language to so I guess that's four, I can't count today. 4 pieces, sorry, the Good Samaritan pieces, if we needed language to clear that up, and then the study pieces. So I think we're just still working on that and which bill those pieces end up in, because they don't necessarily amend pieces that currently are in the bill.
Okay, thank you for that. With that, we'll go ahead and jump into our questions. Our first question is from Assemblyman Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First question for you, Attorney General Ford, is, did your mother ever get her flowers?
She's getting them next week when she
All
comes
right,
for my
there you
son's
go.
graduation, so there you go.
So actually, on a more serious note, and one of the things I always try to be cognizant of, and I don't think it'll happen with these limits, which I think are far, far too high for any one person to be in possession of. But with these limits and the penalties you guys have put in there for, it says state prison, but is there any chance that, if these guys get sentenced to 1 to 2 years or 1 to 20 years, that they will first be sentenced to start their time out in county jail? I'm just really worried about our county jails, especially in the rurals, maybe getting hit pretty hard having to house some of these prisoners.
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6, through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblyman Gray.
Please go direct, Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
With respect to where individuals may be housed, typically when you are arrested before conviction for something that is a felony or would require time within a state prison facility, you would be housed, generally speaking, in whatever the local jurisdiction's jail is at, and generally people would be in that position until they were either convicted and then sentenced to a prison term. Once sentenced to a prison term, they would transfer to the appropriate correctional facility within the Department of Prisons, and whatever that particular placement may be is generally left with the division or the Department of Public Safety and Parole and Probation to determine the appropriate housing for that particular offender. So there is a possibility that they could be housed in those jail facilities prior to conviction. Generally speaking, they would go to a prison facility, I guess in maybe some very rare circumstances, if they were in the jail facility for as long as they may have for a period of time in which they were sentenced to maybe a 12 to 30 month sentence. I think it's possible that they could have served out what would be the vast majority of that 12 to 30 month sentence in the jail facility, and then may just have to do a quick transfer and then a release if they had served their time. But generally speaking, if it's a state prison term, they're not going to spend that state prison term in a jail facility. And then, Madam Chair, if I may, I do have down in Las Vegas available for any questions. I didn't know if there's anything else he wanted to add. probably may know a little bit more than I do, Lieutenant Nate Chio from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. But I think generally speaking, they would be in a prison facility once convicted and sentenced.
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
not a follow-up clarification. Yeah, and I was only referring to post-adjudication, not pretrial. So I just want to make sure if they're sentenced, they will be, at the most expeditious time possible, transferred to a state prison facility.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. Again, a lot of that is a decision, right, that will be made based upon capacity and infrastructure within each of the local facilities. But generally speaking, once you've been sentenced to a prison term, as expeditiously as possible, and what that entails for that particular case would be in a state prison.
And so with that, as you mentioned, capacity, and based on the Assemblyman's question, is there a concern about having room to house? And I guess the real question would be, how many more people would you expect would be imprisoned?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. So I don't know that anyone probably sitting before you today, no matter what their position is on the bill, could tell you exactly how many, right? We know that there are cases of individuals who we can identify as being distributors of fentanyl pills that simply there is no current felony charge to be able to address that particular action. And I think that Mr. Schwartzer spoke to a lot of those. What ultimately this may look like, I think, is something that falls squarely within the purview of the Department of Sentencing Policy and the Sentencing Commission to look at individuals who are housed within our correctional facilities. That commission currently does that work and has data about individuals who are housed. I believe that we may have some of that data with respect to fentanyl pieces, and we could, of course, always keep an eye on what that looks like. When I say to the extent, God bless you, when I say to the extent that capacity is available, there are times where it may take a day or two, right, to transfer someone. If they're in a rural part of the state, that may take a little bit longer in terms of transfer, or if they're going to take a larger group from a more populous county like Clark County, that could take maybe a couple of days. Sometimes it happens very quickly, but that's all within, and I would leave any additional commentary on that piece to the Department of Public Safety to talk about those pieces. I don't think at this point there's a concern about capacity. And like I said, I do think that there is currently within the Department of Sentencing Policy the ability to look at that and to be able to provide any information on current capacity in our Department of Corrections and what that looks like.
Madam Chair, not responsive to that question, I did fail to indicate that my Chief of Prosecutions, Alyssa Engler, is here as well to answer any questions to the extent we have any.
Thank you for that. And you are more than welcome to call them or, anyone that's here to answer questions for you at any time, to call them up. With that, our next question is from Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here to answer these questions for us today. So, Attorney General Ford, I appreciated that you referenced the cocaine epidemic and that we don't want to repeat the mistakes of the failed war on drugs, and I agree with you absolutely. And I think that we have the benefit of decades of research on those policies to inform our actions today. And so I heard a lot in this presentation of the dangers of fentanyl, and I don't think any of us disagree on that. But I haven't heard a whole lot on how this specifically will prevent overdose and will lower drug use. And so I just wondered if you could speak to what peer-reviewed studies or objective evidence you have that increasing penalties and incarceration rates will decrease drug use and overdose deaths.
Thank you for the question, Aaron Ford, for the record. I won't be able to cite to you a peer-reviewed study that says that taking traffickers off the street will lower drug use. I think most folks recognize that the fact that those who are selling these drugs, if we remove them, we have less of a likelihood that they're going to be selling these drugs. And so what this bill is attempting to do is to go after the manufacturers, the distributors, the traffickers of this drug, with an understanding that that there are some who may be users of this drug, and we are attempting to figure out ways to ensure that they're not caught into this net. But this is a trafficking bill. This is not a possession bill. It's a trafficking bill that goes after those who are having more pills on them than would generally be considered for personal use. And so again, while I won't be able to recite for you, maybe Dr. Terry Kearns in my office, who is not here right now, but she is a person who may be able to provide you the type of information that we can follow up off the record in that regard. But I think as a general matter, it's common knowledge that if you remove a trafficker, then you are less likely to have that trafficker being able to distribute those drugs.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you both today and presenting this bill. And I too agree. Going after, it was mentioned several times, people that are intentionally distributing, manufacturing, selling, that's what we're trying to get at. Because I think that, that's the root of the problem. How are these drugs getting in here and who's responsible? And that's what we're trying to get. So this kind of follows along with what my colleague just asked about possession. I'm trying to understand, because you mentioned trafficking is weight plus possession, right? So possession is a part of it. And, I see that in the amendment, you increase the amount of grams from the original bill. So I'm just trying to understand that we're not catching people up. We've got the people that are doing this in a business, we've got addicts, and then we've got, maybe some users that are experimenting or trying drugs, which, I wish people wouldn't do that at all, but, it's the reality. So how are we not, and you talked about the amount of pills that people would have that are trafficking. So I'm just trying to understand these kind of three different areas as I see it, trying to understand the possession and that we're not catching people up that are just experimenting and that. So could you kind of maybe talk a little bit about that so that we're not charging people with felonies and maybe getting them help and treatment, as you also mentioned in your presentation?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go directive.
That's right. That's what you
Thank
said. Thank you for that question, Senator Hardy. Therein lies the question: how best to walk this line. My conversations with certain advocates in the recovery community have indicated to me, for example, that someone having 14 grams is very unlikely to be having that simply for personal use, right? 4 grams, possibly personal use, right? 4 to 14, possibly personal use. But 14, they say, typically speaking, we're talking about 140 pills then. And so this is an effort in compromise, honestly, trying to figure out how you determine what level is necessary and appropriate to address the trafficking, keeping in mind the lethality of this particular drug. It is not like cocaine and methamphetamines and others, and so you can't base your analysis on those types of drugs. And so, look, is there a guarantee that an addict or a user won't get caught up in this? Absolutely not. No one can guarantee that, and I would venture to bet that no one would guarantee that really about any law that you promulgate in this particular bill, and that there won't be some unintended consequence. But that's the purpose of the discussion that's been going on for at this point, 101 days over this bill, trying to find out what that balance is. We think we've hit it. We think we have included into it certain components that will assist those who are in prison right now battling this drug addiction through the Medicaid-assisted treatment. I got that idea from the recovery community and added it to the bill, right? And so we are absolutely open to and amenable to and, in fact, accommodating a lot of the requests and concerns that others are giving us. But I think, again, as I indicated at the end of my last testimony, there are certain things where simply, frankly, even with my friends, I'm not agreeing this time. I just, there are disagreements, and reasonable minds can disagree, and it is incumbent upon the decision makers to determine where we're going to land on this, and I recognize and appreciate that.
And if I may, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Hardy, Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6, I think that is absolutely the discussion that we have been having. And I think part of what is helpful in hearing from someone like Mr. Schwartzer, who works on these cases, and I'm sure Ms. Engler would provide similar commentary, is that when you're talking about something even like 4 grams, which he mentioned, was in a case 40 pills. When people are overdosing, if you're using, it's 1, it's 2, maybe it's a half, maybe 3 or 4 if there's a lot. But in most of these circumstances, that's not what we're encountering in the field. And I think also, that is what we are trying to get at, that there is a level that when you possess that particular amount, it is not something that you are doing for personal use. And I think to the Attorney General's point, we have murder statutes. Sometimes someone is killed in self-defense. You're probably going to get charged with murder. We're going to talk about self-defense. You can't say that we would just get rid of murder statutes because someone might have killed someone in self-defense, right? Those are discussions that happen. That's what the criminal justice system that this committee has a lot of discussions about is designed to be able to encounter, even though we're writing laws in, very precise terms. There's still discretion and conversations that happen as a part of that process, and I think that cannot be overlooked. And that's important for this bill, I think, just like any bill before this committee, that within that system, there is room for a lot of conversations to help ferret out where there may be that outlier case or circumstance and those particular facts. It is designed to do that in a variety of ways. Madam Chair, I do also believe that Lieutenant Chio down in Las Vegas at Grant Sawyer may have some additional answers to that question.
Absolutely. Please proceed. And also, please make sure that you say and spell your name correctly for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Nathan Chio. First name is Nathan, last name is Chio. I'm a lieutenant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. In answer to the question and to add some context on it, I've been the leader of the narcotics section for approximately a year and a half. And during the time that I've been there, we have never seen user amounts in excess of, at the most, 20 pills. In fact, most of the user amounts that we see are between 3 and 8 pills. Speaking for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, we do not target users with existing laws. In fact, we have several programs that we use to divert users of illicit substances outside of the criminal justice system into different areas and different treatment programs. That includes our LIMA program, which is our law enforcement intervention, mental health, and addiction program, where when our officers encounter addicts, users with small amounts of drugs, they do not arrest them. They get them help, they get them to a facility and where they get detox and they enter into this LIMA program. We have great success in something like that, but also from just a law enforcement narcotics section standpoint, us here, we are after the traffickers, and we're in full support of this bill because I think one of the contexts I would like to relay to this committee is that the traditional way that we have always measured drugs is by weight, by grams. About a year and a half ago, the National HIDTA Group started measuring, because of the different effects of the drugs, on dosage units. So to put in context, right now, under our current trafficking laws of 100 grams, methamphetamine, which is our leading cause of overdose deaths, followed closely by fentanyl. There are 970 doses of methamphetamine in 100 grams for the trafficking statute. For fentanyl, for 100 grams, there's 71,428 doses of fentanyl in 100 grams. That is a drastic discrepancy that needs to be addressed. I think Attorney General Ford addressed it earlier in his comments that Justice Hardesty said that we would have to reevaluate these weights, and because of the unique dangers and unique dangers to the community of fentanyl, we fully support this bill, and I hope that gave you some context on what is a user amount and what we are actually trying to target with this bill.
Did that answer your question? Okay. Assemblywoman Cohen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for the presentation. So I want to expound a little more on my colleague's question And so now what if we're talking about, and I want to refer to sections 1 and 7 and the language of delivers or brings. And I think in 7, it's delivering is the word. So what if we have a situation where, and as Lieutenant Chia said, a user it's usually 3 to 8 pills. But what if we're talking about more pills now? Because we have someone who, there's going to be a party, and they're not selling to their friends, but they're bringing, right, to the party. And so now we've got someone with 20 pills bringing to their friend, delivering. Are they now considered a trafficker? And under this statute, under these 2 bills, are they going to be subject to the term of these 2 bills?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Cohen. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So first and foremost, I think we have to start from the beginning of where is someone getting this amount of fentanyl-laced pills or whatever to bring to a party to distribute to a whole bunch of people who are at that party. That's just not something that you encounter like you went to the 7-Eleven and picked up a 6-pack of beer and are bringing it to your friends, right? That is not something that you just get at the store, or you have sitting around your house, or that you're gonna bring your parents' like stash of alcohol to a party. Someone would have to find an individual who is distributing even larger amounts of that in order to obtain a very large amount of pills to bring to a party to distribute once you start getting into these levels. And when you talk about deliver or bring, I would note that first, in our current trafficking statutes, that language is consistent. So if we're talking about the current statute that is 100 grams, it includes deliver or bring. That is true for every place within NRS and Chapter 453 that you're going to see language for trafficking. That deliver or brings is part of that. These bills are consistent with current Nevada law in the language of deliver or bring. If you are someone who has managed to find and to purchase and to then decide to bring a whole bunch of those pills, I guess not for profit, to a party to distribute to many individuals, then yes, you would fall under the provisions of this chapter. But again, I think the important piece of this is that would be an extremely rare circumstance. Again, I think every case that you ever encounter within the criminal justice system comes with its own facts and circumstances. That is the job of the individuals who work within that system to take into account if there was a unique circumstance like that where someone is delivering or bringing a trafficking level amount of drugs into a party and distributing it to other individuals, to be able to work out what that might look like if they were arrested and charged for that. But certainly to be able to obtain that level and then bring it somewhere and then distribute it to other individuals, would they potentially fall under this bill? Yes, if they had that amount, certainly. Does that mean that that's the end of the discussion? No. Do I think that that is a hypothetical circumstance that we're going to see run rampant through our communities? No. That would be extremely rare, I believe. And that would be true in any scenario when you're talking about trafficking in controlled substances. That it would just be extremely rare for that to be the case. But if it were, there's places to have that discussion. I think it would be extremely rare. If it fell within those particular amounts and that level, then yes, they would fall under the provisions of this bill. Just like if they fell under current law, that deliver or bring language that you're discussing, Assemblywoman, is part of what current trafficking statutes also have that language.
Madam Chair, can I also answer that question as well?
Please.
Thank you for your question, Assemblywoman Cohen. I'm Michael Schwartzer, Clark County District Attorney's Office. The scenario that your hypothetical is 20 pills. Quite frankly, 20 pills wouldn't fall under this statute. 20 pills would be much less than 4 grams that is in Senator Canizaro's bill. So even under that hypothetical, that individual wouldn't be charged for trafficking, even though it could lead to other things such as possible sale charges based on the current sale language. And obviously, if someone overdoses and dies, we can possibly charge her under the statutes regarding that. But that level, 20 pills, is still not, quite frankly, trafficking weight. Under this proposed bill, you'd have to get closer to 40 pills. In fact, 40 pills seems to be the amount that it usually takes to get to those 4 grams. And it's similar to what we've seen where we have, like I mentioned, the middle school case in which we had an 8th grader bring about 15 pills to school, in which one 8th grader passed away and 3 of them ended up in the hospital and that's, again, still wouldn't be trafficking weight, but it shows you the damage that even that small amount can do when it's passed around, even if it's not sold, but just passed around to friends. So you would still need a significant amount of pills, which would be a significant amount more money to bring to the party in order to get to a trafficking level.
Can I make a quick
Quickly?
comment? Thank you, and I appreciate that from all of you. And I guess I don't do drugs. I don't, I'm middle-aged and old and boring, but I don't think it's that rare. I do think that this is beyond the fact, Vegas, baby, and all that stuff. I think people have parties and people get wrapped up in stuff and want to experiment and try things. And I don't think 20 pills is for a party with a group of friends, especially ones coming to town to Las Vegas, would be that unusual. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
And I guess I would follow up on that question and ask, not in the scenario of partying, because again, apparently people are not bringing 20 or 40 straight pills of just straight fentanyl. I'm assuming we're talking about pills of other sorts that could be mixed or have some derivative of fentanyl. But what about in the case of, we know that fentanyl is also prescribed for medicinal use. And so we also know with all medication, we have people that don't have health insurance or health insurance that doesn't cover what's necessary. And of course, we know that when this is of medicinal use, these are actually pretty expensive prescriptions. And so what about in the case, I know that fentanyl pads are often prescribed to people. What about in the case, we know people share all kinds of prescriptions. What about in that case? What happens then? Someone sharing a prescription.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So when it comes to medicinal fentanyl use, I would note that as we're talking about how this is presenting in our communities and with the families who are affected by this, it is not presenting as someone who is prescribed a fentanyl patch or might have some medication that could contain fentanyl that is then making its way into our communities. We are talking about illicitly manufactured fentanyl. And in the case of these particular bills, we are also, the language refers to illicitly manufactured fentanyl. So this is not medical grade fentanyl. Medical grade fentanyl is currently covered under Nevada revised statutes as a Schedule II substance. So is currently addressed in a variety of fashions in that way. Certainly, we can never prevent, and there is no law that this legislature in any committee, in any chapter of the NRS is going to pass that is going to prevent every single circumstance of every single thing that can be addressed. If we're trying to do that, this job is not going to accomplish that. I can say after several sessions that is just not possible. But what we can say is that there are current statutes that address that Schedule II substance. What we're seeing in our communities with respect to the fentanyl epidemic is not medical grade fentanyl. Certainly there are those prescriptions. I think to your point, Madam Chair, they're very expensive. Many of them are administered within a hospital or medical facility setting. I will offer to this committee that is something that I have experienced, but within a hospital setting, right? Because that's where they're dealing with this particular substance, and it's prescribed in very, it's not something like that you would encounter on a regular basis.
So then
this
it's-
bill, though, deals with illicit.
Okay, so illicit. So then if it's medical grade fentanyl, and again, fentanyl patches are pretty common, so then it won't become an illicit drug or an illicit sale or trafficking or transfer when it is shared or sold to someone else.
Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So under the language of this particular bill, it would be illicitly manufactured fentanyl, a derivative fentanyl, or mixture of fentanyl. So something like a fentanyl patch would still, I believe, fall under Schedule 2 and would be treated differently than what we are putting into these particular bills for that illicitly manufactured fentanyl. And I think that that is a different circumstance than what we're trying to address or would be addressed with the language in this bill because of that illicitly manufactured piece.
Thank you. Our next question is from Assemblywoman Gallant. I'm sorry. Okay. Assemblywoman Gallant.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys coming and presenting this bill. I can hear that you both really are concerned about the catastrophic harm that fentanyl is doing in our community. I'm sure you're both tired, like I am, hearing it on the news of all these deaths. And I do appreciate the education. I had no idea that 2 milligrams of fentanyl could possibly kill someone. So in rough math, the way I kind of work, it's like we're not talking about the fentanyl, as we've talked about. It's the cause of the fentanyl, right? Because cocaine and other illicit drugs have different effects. So when you're talking about a gram of fentanyl, we're talking about the possible death of 500 people. 400, if I did my math right, we're looking at or 4 grams would be 2,000 people. So where did you come up with the benchmark of the 4 grams or the 14 grams? What's the line in the sand? Why that? What's the difference between possible death of 2,000 people versus, say, 3.98 grams, which could be 1,998 deaths? All of these sound awful. So can you help me understand where you guys came up with that benchmark for that amount?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Gallant. I can say as an initial matter, the 4 grams in my initial iteration of this bill was simply a reverting back to what we had pre-2019. That was that was in the law pre-2019. So that was the initial rationale behind doing that. I will say to you that conversations around 14 grams have evolved because of this concern we have about wrapping into this users of drugs who may be addicts and who may need assistance. And so the focus is trafficking, not on the user of the drug. We have possession statutes that deal with pure possession already. This is a trafficking statute. And so understanding that there was a difference between mere possession and trafficking, we want to try to make an allowance for those who may get swept into the system who may not be traffickers, but who would nonetheless fall within the parameters of the bill because they have something on them that is for personal use as opposed to trafficking use. So those are some of the conversations that have taken place over the course of the last 101 days. And that's a little insight into the ways in which we've arrived at these numbers.
Madam Chairperson, this is Lieutenant Nate Chiu. May I add some context to that, please?
Proceed.
Lieutenant Nate Chiu from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. The 4-gram limit that I proposed to Senator Canizaro on this bill came from anecdotal interviews and evidence from our narcotics section with our HIDA partners, where we never saw users with more than 20 pills at a time. We felt to be conservative, we would double that amount, which ends up at the 4-gram amount, to ensure that we do not capture the users in this bill, that we are strictly going after the traffickers. So that was some of the thought process behind the 4 grams that we proposed to Senator Canizaro.
So we're basing this on anecdotal experiences. Can you share how many of these anecdotal experiences?
Sure. These were experiences that I had personally leading the narcotics section, talking with patrol officers within the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, talking with people at the jails, talking with addicts and victims and overdoses where they, as DA Schwarzer said, they would buy 3 to 5 pills at a time. We just never saw that amount, 40 pills or higher, in the user amounts that we encountered.
My question was, how many of these experiences, when you said that it's based on anecdotal experiences, so rough estimate, how many?
My personal or over
Or
the course
collective.
of my conversations?
Sure,
So
collective.
collectively over a year, experience talking with the two street crime sergeants, with the different area commands, I would have to, on a very conservative estimate, a couple hundred encounters with drug users.
And is it possible that, because it is anecdotal and it's just what has been seen, and again, we're talking about that these aren't pills of pure fentanyl, these are mixed. So even in someone's drug use or pill use, they could have different types of pills. Is it possible that that's just what they have at the time of arrest or OD, that they had more pills, but that's just what they had at the time?
I think anything is possible, ma'am. I can just tell you what I've seen firsthand, or what during the interviews that I've conducted or my detectives and sergeants have conducted. What we are seeing is the users and the user amounts buy 3 pills, 5 pills a day, depending on their tolerance, because as with any drug, they build up a tolerance to this. They may get up to maybe 10 pills, 15 pills. We haven't seen, like I said, at least in my experience and the people that I've talked to, anything over the 20 pill mark.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next question from Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Canizero, and thank you, Attorney General Ford, for your presentation. At the beginning of your presentation, Attorney General, you spoke of recovery in money from the opioid epidemic of before, which I might just kind of clarify, represented about 776 billion pills that were distributed, according to a Washington Post article that I had read. That's how many opioid pills were produced by these manufacturers that are paying into this fund. And we recovered $606 million, you said. How much of those dollars that have been recovered by the state have gone into things like upgrading our laboratory, have gone into activities like some consistent drug treatment in jails or in prisons, so that we can show a direct line between the things that you're saying in the bill to what we can actually see in our prisons and in our jails, and that can address the concerns that are being brought about our inability to test properly.
Thank you so much for the question, Senatorwoman Summers Armstrong. It's a great question. You remind me to mention well, our senator did already mention she didn't use the phrase, but qualitative versus quantitative testing. That is a concern and an issue that was raised by those who had concerns with the bill. Very legitimate issue, and one that I took to heart, such that that's why we are very interested in studying the transition from a qualitative approach to testing our drugs to a quantitative approach. I advocate that. I support that. I think it enables us to have a more precise and fair and just criminal justice system once we can transition to that. That's going to take time. Your question, though, relates to monies and how it's spent. Yes, we've brought in, at this point, and we're not done, $606 million in opioid settlement funds. Those monies have been distributed both to the state and to municipalities that are members, parties to the One Nevada Agreement, based on the proportions and allocations that we have in that particular agreement. Under all those circumstances, there has been a needs assessment that has been conducted by, for our purposes, the state, to determine what are the needs that we need to utilize, that we have to address to abate the opioid crisis. Are there needs in treatment? Are there needs in prevention? Are there needs in education? Are there needs in the foster care system, because they have people who've lost their lives and their children now are part of the system? Are there needs in our prison system for medicated assisted treatment? Whatever the case may be. Those determinations have in fact been made by the advisory Advisory Committee for Resilient Nevada, ACORN, is the, I may be, yeah, I think that's the name of the entity. And determinations on how that money is spent is made by members of that particular committee. And they're not just ivory tower individuals. These are folks who are in the fields and working in recovery, who are social workers, who are educators, or whatever the case may be. And they are making determinations on how that money is to be spent. And comparably at the municipal levels, I can say generally speaking, they're likewise doing the same thing. They've done their needs assessment, and they've created their strategic plan, for lack of a better phrase, on how the monies that are being allocated to them will be spent in their respective communities. I can't say specifically how those monies are spent. It's not within my purview. Excuse my pun, but I bring home the bacon and put it in their hands. They make the determination on how that money is spent, and I have no say-so in that regard.
Certainly.
Thank you, Attorney General, for that response. I guess my concern really is if we're going to, I'm sorry. I guess my concern is if we bring litigation that purports to offer treatment, if you bring litigation that specifically outlines a weight for prosecution, shouldn't we have the things in place that can then effectuate those things? If we are saying that there's going to be treatment, shouldn't those things be funded and stood up so that folks who need it can get it? And if we're going to specify, I mean, absolutely specify the weight, then we should have systems in place, and the funding that is coming in from these settlements, in my opinion, should have already been used, and we should already have these things in place to delineate that we can measure properly, quantitatively, what we're charging people with, so that we know the difference between whether someone is a user, high-level or low-level user, or if they are a distributor. And I think that that's the thing that concerns me here. And I would love to hear from you how you match that up. Because earlier you talked about the war on drugs, and some of the wording that I'm hearing is really reminiscent. We talked about that crack was worse than coke, and now we're saying fentanyl is worse than oxy and is worse than meth. And it just sounds very similar.
Aaron Ford, for the record, listen, make no mistake about it, I lose sleep over this for that exact reason. It reminds me of the time I grew up during this crack cocaine. Yeah, I get it, 100%, which is why I've taken such a intimate approach to trying to find the right line. I don't know if I'm at the right line. I'm trying. I mean, we've been working in good faith with people who have concerns around these issues, both in law enforcement, who are seeing us on a daily basis, subjecting themselves and putting their lives in danger, but also to those who've been affected from a family member perspective, from a personal perspective. I get it 100%, Assemblywoman. And I don't disagree that we should utilize funds to move to a quantitative system. I can't make anybody do that. That's not within my purview. That's not my lane. I brought home money that can be utilized for that, to be sure, but it is incumbent upon others who make those decisions to determine how that money is spent. I agree. I wish they would go ahead and allocate money that's going to move us to the quantitative system. But even buying the system itself, buying the equipment, doesn't alleviate all of the concern. You still have to be able to train individuals to use that equipment. You still got to be able to hire the personnel. I mean, so there's more to it than simply being able to buy the equipment. Medicaid-assisted treatment is already being utilized in certain jails and prisons too. Sheriff Balaam's credit, they're doing it in Washoe. I'm sure that they can tell you the difficulties they had in standing that up and maybe even proceeding. I know I visited Florence McClure, the women's prison, less than a month ago. They're attempting to initiate Medicaid-assisted treatment, but they don't have the personnel to be able to. So there's a lot involved with trying to get these things done. It's not just money, but a lot of it is money. I'm kind of soapboxing right now in response because I want you to know I take this seriously. This is not something that I take lightly, and again, this is the reason why we've endeavored so so much to be able to include into this bill things that can offset any negative consequences that we're not foreseeing or that maybe even being predicted at this point. Medicaid-assisted treatment being one of those. Adding the study for the quantitative transition being another. Looking at the affirmative defense. I mean, these are all issues that have been brought to us that we're considering in good faith, and we hope that we arrive at a good place at the end of the day.
Attorney General, could you be more specific then? I mean, you mentioned that you were soapboxing, and you also mentioned that this would be different, but I guess the real question is, how will this be different from the war on drugs of the 80s?
Well, I don't know if the war on drugs from the 80s talked about the actual intent that I have. I've expressed my intent out loud. The war on drugs, their intent was a little different than mine. It was to 3 strikes you're out. It was to make differentiations between crack and cocaine. They were absolutely going after the users. Absolutely. That is not the case here. I can't be any more specific than that. I have stated what my intent is. This is a trafficking statute. This is not a possession statute. This is not an effort to go after the end user. This is an effort to go after the traffickers, the people who are peddling this mess. This is Teddy. This is Franklin St. Hugh and Snowfall.
Okay, we have no idea what a snowfall is.
I explained who they were a little earlier. I was just referencing them again. The point is, I'm not going after Wanda, who was the crackhead in Snowfall. I've made that clear. That is different than the war on drugs. It is not at all what is being presented right now. And anything said to the contrary is wrong, period, point blank.
Our next question is from Assemblywoman Considine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. I had another question, but I'm going to pivot just because of what we just talked about. But I know I have multiple pills that I take every day, and they don't all weigh the same. So I'm a little concerned that we know how much each pill that may or may not contain fentanyl might weigh and how we do that. But I guess my question is, I understand, and I may have my facts a little bit wrong, that Colorado may have a lab that does, or is working on a lab that may do what we want to do. And I know that it might not be the Attorney General's purview to ask for the lab, but what I don't see is like a third bill or somewhere in these bills saying we need funding for training for people in order to test for this, or we need funding for a lab or appropriations. Is that something that we're looking at, or is this simply so focused on the trafficking piece that we're not kind of going beyond that? I know that's kind of maybe 2 questions in one, but I was trying to sneak one in. Thank you.
If you allow me, Madam Chair, I think that I can tell you what we know as we've explored that conversation. So Teresa Benitez Thompson, Chief of Staff to AG Ford, through Chair Miller to Assemblywoman Considine. Thank you so much, Assemblywoman Considine. So as we had a conversation with the labs this week, but they have quarterly lab meetings, and Terry Kearns, who is a RN and attorney, I believe, in our office, she works with our search committee. So she's a wonderful person because she's kind of a bridge between the legal and then the medical pieces that happen. So past 2 quarterly lab meetings, we've had them discuss these bills and talk about what that would look like. So I'll say right now that that is something that can be looked at and can be studied, but you need a plan to plan. Essentially with Colorado's legislation, which you referenced, they kind of had a plan of how they could get there. And when you read their language, they have a transition and benchmarks in legislation over the course of what will end up being a couple years worth of work. And we're just not sure that our legislature and how we write bills works that way, where we're going to I think the best thing, though, and how we would do it here, to say, we need to have a study, we need to have an authoritative body look at this and tell us what is it going to cost, what those certifications look like, what the resources look like, and the training looks like. So it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's not as easy as buying a new piece of computer. It's a completely different system of analysis, and I don't think any of us are savvy to that right now. We would really need the labs to let us know what that looks like and then what realistic expectations like that are going to be. It's not going to solve every question that's been asked today. Fentanyl itself has 35 different types of derivatives. And so when you talk about testing for just one drug, you've got to talk about for testing for 35 different types of derivatives of one drug. So it's very complex. We should look at it, but it's nothing that we can flip a switch on. We really got to be prudent and plan to plan when we talk about that piece. And then on the funding piece, if I could just reiterate back to support what AG Ford was saying, our office has been looking at the dollars and then the uses of the dollars. So to AG Ford's credit, all of that money outside of attorney fees goes to Health and Human Services for them to abate. We didn't keep any of that money for our office. We said, move it into the purview of the experts in Health and Human Services and with the ACORN committee of the folks who are going to do needs assessments. And the needs assessment that the state did is, like 250 pages. It's a really good needs assessment. And then local counties are doing those needs assessment as well. From that, they've just closed a grant application process. So they said from the needs assessment, they did an open period for grants and the solicitation of grants. That grant period has just closed and they're looking at those grants. So we will know shortly very specifically the good work that those programs are going to do. I think what we're trying to figure out is how some of that money does fit into the needs assessment. There is in that needs assessment talks about laboratory work, talks about issues around criminal justice and being able to understand better what is in these drugs. The DEA does have some information. We can try to submit it to the committee, but the DEA information and the slide deck that we have has logos and such that might run afoul of copyright, so we can see, but that's where you'll see the DEA says that in general, those counterfeit fentanyl pills are typically 2 milligrams fentanyl and then other things in there, Tylenol, filler, and such like that. Other folks can speak to that, but if we could get those slide decks to you, I guess formally or informally without violating copyright law and LCB policy, we'd be happy to.
Thank you for that information.
Are you asking for a follow-up?
Can I just make a statement?
Quickly.
Thank you, Chair. My worry, especially as an attorney, is I understand your intent. I really understand your intent. But when we don't know things like, okay, how much does a pill weigh if somebody laces my Tylenol, which has actually been done in the past in this country, that's going to weigh potentially more than some other pills. And although the intent might be for traffickers, the way that some of this is worded will be taken by law enforcement to potentially make traffickers out of users and addicts. And I know that I may or may not be the only one that is worried about the way that this is written and how it can be used as opposed to the intent. And I'll save other questions for later. Thank you, Chair.
And with that, as you mentioned, HHS, because I think many of us support the idea that this is actually a Health and Human Services issue, a medical issue. With all this money and all this money being directed to HHS or given to HHS, has any of it been requested or directed to go into these types of services? To go into the testing, to go into the laboratories, because HHS also sounds like the appropriate place for this to be housed.
Thank you so much, Teresa Benitez Thompson, for the record, to you, Chair Miller. So that grant period is recently closed. They're their own system. We don't have jurisdiction over them, so they will be letting all of us in the community know what grants they approve and they accept. So that piece is coming. The dollars flow in, and we have a great chart that I can submit to the committee about when dollars are flowing in from different settlements. And so it's not one big bucket that's landed at once per the One Nevada settlement agreement. It comes in over a set number of years, and obviously as AG Ford wins and is successful in these additional settlements, that dollar amount grows, but they still fall into the same format of the One Nevada settlement agreement that you folks can read and read how those dollars are structured.
Can you tell us which dollars and when we will be purchasing the equipment and setting up the laboratory then?
So I think to the point said earlier, someone would have to put the grant in to request for that to happen.
So there's no
And
plan
then-
for a laboratory right now? And
No, the
there's no
state-
plan for the equipment right now?
The state of Nevada, this body's never made a policy decision about it.
Okay, so the question then is, why not? And why wasn't it included in part of this bill?
Like in legislative history, we're proposing the study as being included in this bill, but I think there's a lot of history there. It's not the first time I think the conversation's happened, but.
So, and I will add to this, and I can get you some additional information. So the Finance Committee and the Ways and Means Committees in this building have been discussing as part of many of our CIP projects. And I would note that, yes, there is money in this state. There's money that's coming in for a variety of different things. What I will note, and I'm sorry, Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. What I will note from the budgeting standpoint, right, is that we have incredible needs in this state. We have incredible needs for education. We have incredible needs for state workforce. We have incredible needs for infrastructure upgrades. We have incredible needs in health and human services for a variety of things, not just a state lab or what that lab may or may not be able to do. We are talking about things like funding for foster care and for pre-K and for making sure that we can still have elderly individuals be able to get access to care. We are talking about a variety of needs that this state has. And so even though we have increased revenues in this state, or we may be taking in some settlement money, there are many, many needs, right? And we try our best in this body, in the legislature, within our finance and ways committees, to be able to balance those needs and to send resources where they need to be. What we have had discussions about, in particular, in the education and CIP subcommittees, and then within the full committee of finance and ways and means, is what it would take for this state to have a state laboratory. It is not something that can simply be written into this bill to create a state laboratory and we're just going to find all these funds and it's going to happen and this is how it's going to go. We have had that conversation about putting together a state laboratory. There are currently decision units that are part of the budgeting process for talking about building a state laboratory, but it is more complex than just, here's some money, now go test all of these things. And so I think what this bill is seeking to do, right, is to provide some law enforcement tools. There is a recognition that we are not trying to target end users. There are pieces of these bills that deal with medicated assisted treatment so that some of those dollars that can be used for that, when they are available and when we have them, we can put them towards those programs. I think that that's important. And I think to the point that you made, Madam Chair, about this being a health and human services issue, like that is a recognition. And that is different about this bill than other bills that I have ever seen in my time in this building talking about criminal justice policy and issues related to drug use. Even when we passed Assembly Bill 236 and said, look, these weights are too low, they're too low, let's pick a different number. There's no recognition or anything that came accompanied with that with, hey, let's build a lab and here's how this money's gonna be used and here's some other programs. So I think that there has to be a recognition that there are pieces of these bills to keep Good Samaritan language in, to put together a study so that we can actually figure out how you could get a state laboratory to not only do what it is that we would want a state laboratory to do in terms of testing, but also to be able to accomplish the more complex testing that Chief of Staff Benitez Thompson talked about with respect to fentanyl and the many derivatives that come as a result of that. I think that study is a good and important piece. And I also think that with the medicated assisted treatment pieces, you're seeing that recognition, right? That we're trying to find some compromise. With respect to state labs and why it is that the Finance and Ways and Means Committees didn't just come up with, here's a whole bucket of money and here's how we're going to use it, I think it is because that is part of a very large conversation in terms of the state budget and how it is that we're spending those resources. We have had conversations about what a state lab might look like, what resources we may need, what infrastructure we may have to build. That has been part of our CIP conversations and what we're putting into the budget. So I'm sure all the members on this committee will see that as part of a final budget. And I would encourage you to go back and watch that conversation in that subcommittee, because it is much more complex than adding into a bill like Senate Bill 35 or 343, simply build a lab that's going to be able to do all of these things. I think there is a recognition across the board that we need better infrastructure, that we need the capacity to test, and then building that capacity out for something that is more complex, like fentanyl, right? That is not the same as testing for methamphetamine or for cocaine or whatever, because of the derivatives and because how it is showing up. And so I think the study, to the chief of staff's point, and then also you're seeing that as a recognition, I think, in Colorado too, right? They didn't just jump to, here's a lab and here's how we're going to do it. They're trying to figure out how to do that as well and put that into some legislation. Those things are all moving in this building, maybe not in these two bills, but I think the study is the piece that would move in these two bills to help facilitate that and give us the knowledge that we need in order to accomplish that.
And that's interesting, because I agree. I think studies are necessary before to give us the information to proceed. But the original question, the intent of the original question from one of my colleagues is kind of the cart and the horse. We're going to do this, but yet we don't have the infrastructure. And Senate Majority Leader, I appreciate and understand all the different needs we have in the state when it comes to budgeting. But it seems that if this was such the priority as you're presenting today, that this is such a priority, this has to be done, this needs to be done. And yet it seems that financially, at least in those committees, it may not be a priority. I guess there's it's kind of a conflict there. If this was such the priority, then I would think it would be prioritized there as well. And I'm not speaking for or asking you to speak for what's going on in those committees. But when you're listing all these other things, education, healthcare, our infrastructure, everything like that, where would you rank this issue compared to those?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. So I think when I'm talking about, because what the conversation is there's all this money, so why don't we just do it, and why isn't it just in this bill? When we're talking about all this money and all these things and what we have to do, my point is that it's not that there's one particular thing that is ever the most important, the thing that we have to do. I think there are a number of facets of this, right, that have to be considered. I think coming off the heels of a pandemic, the state has some very acute needs that need to be addressed from a financial aspect as well, to address all of those pieces of the various things in the budget which I mentioned. This is obviously an important piece of legislation, because what we are seeing in our communities is an increase in fentanyl use and an increase in deaths from that. That is not something that I believe is in debate at all. I think we have to do something. And when you hear that law enforcement is encountering individuals with 100 pills, doesn't qualify for trafficking, with 40 pills, doesn't qualify for trafficking. This bill is an attempt to give some tools to law enforcement to go after those individuals. And I understand that there are pills that weigh different amounts, but what we are not talking about in this bill, and what is already current statute, is that possession of fentanyl, even in an illicit form, for a couple of pills is already illegal. That is already a felony here in the state. It's Category E felony. It is subject to mandatory diversion, but that is already illegal in this state. So that is not what this bill is doing. What this bill is doing is saying, and this is something that is not uncommon, again, for this committee or for this legislature, that when you possess a controlled substance in a particular amount, we recognize and have recognized historically and do recognize under the current law, even under the amendments made to NRS in AB 236 from the 2019 session, that when you possess a certain amount, you are not possessing that for personal use. You're possessing that because you are distributing it. This is an attempt to get at that. And we can have a debate about what the proper weights are and what that is. But currently in Nevada, when we test for an illicit substance, let's say it's methamphetamine, we're testing to see if the presence of methamphetamine is there. There may be other things in that particular substance, or we're testing for cocaine. There may be other things in that particular substance, but we're testing to see if cocaine exists. That is how current testing happens in the state of Nevada. Because to do something like pure fentanyl, which we can have a discussion about. Again, you're not seeing pure fentanyl out in our communities. This is not what's being distributed. That's not what we're facing. In order to do that, there still has to be the infrastructure to be able to process that in a lab. Nevada does not have a state lab that can do that. In fact, we don't have state labs in this point where we can even process all of our own things, right? And that is the conversation that is happening in the Finance and Ways and Means Committee, because there's a request for how can we get together a state lab, not to do pure fentanyl testing, but to just be able to do testing generally. So, I mean, like, that's an important piece, but we still had a lot of questions on whether they were going to be able to build it. How much was that going to cost? When we're talking about dollars, where are we going to spend those? How long until it's up and operational? How much capacity would they be able to do, depending on where all the evidence is coming from all these counties? And so I don't think it's as simplistic as where does this rank in terms of the entirety of the state budget in priorities, or where are we putting this money? I think there's a recognition here that we need better understanding of what we would need in order to be able to test for pure fentanyl. And then also a recognition that this bill is tackling something that we recognize, again, as a policy here in Nevada, that when you possess certain controlled substances in a certain amount, that is not for personal use. And that's what we're trying to give the tool to law enforcement to be able to use.
And I'll just say, so the concern continues to be that we do not have the testing, we do not have the ability, and yet we will be sending people to trial for possible incarceration without that proof. And I'm not sure how that even stands up in court, but we'll move on. We have people that have many additional questions. Next will be Assemblywoman Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. Certainly, it's not lost on us that your intentions are to really deal with a scourge that we all are distressed about. A lot of my concerns have just been addressed. I really have had some issue with this testing portion, and just to kind of put it out there for you, because I appreciate the intent. When we're trying to figure out how much, if we have a line in the sand and we're trying to measure to get to that line, but we don't know how we're going to get there yet with testing, I'm a little uncomfortable trying to make that claim that, oh, it's 4 grams when it's a derivative, and we don't really know how much we have. I actually have a question. I'll pivot because that was my main issue, was the testing. On SB 343, by comparison, the 4 grams, it was the penalty portion in Section 1. The 4 grams to 14 grams, it's a Cat B, but also it's a Cat B in 35, 14 to 28. I was wondering why the same penalty when there's quite a jump in the grams. And then, Chair, if I just have one thing in regards.
Are you saying to follow up afterwards?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Hanson. Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. So the penalties are not the same. There's an increased underlying sentence. Category B felonies within NRS 193330, I think is the right statute. There's a sort of a default for Category B felonies, but Category B felonies across the Nevada revised statutes contain different penalties. For example, a Category B felony for robbery is 2 to 15 years. A Category B felony for burglary is 1 to 10 years. And so I think it's less the particular category, right? And in these two bills, it starts, the 4 to 14 starts with a 1 to 6 year penalty, and then the 14 to 28 grams has a higher underlying potential sentence that someone could receive. And so it's not the same penalty. It's graduated. They're just all Category B felonies, which, again, Category B felonies are not necessarily consistent in what the underlying potential sentence or ramifications could be. And that's true across the Nevada revised statutes.
Thank you for reminding me of that, yeah. And so you talk about getting to the source, right? You're not going after addicts, and I believe that's your intention. But what we all probably know here, the source, we're over here at the bottom of the cliff trying to catch and deal with the absolute carnage that we're seeing from this fentanyl crisis and drugs in general. But the source, according to the DEA, is coming from China through our southern border. And we're just going to be here dealing with this and until we can, because we need the feds to do their job. So more of a comment, I feel for you, I feel for us, because we're not solving this problem. We might incarcerate people that shouldn't be. Because we're trying to desperately find solutions to this problem, but yet here in the state of Nevada, we can't fix what is federally an absolute crisis at this moment in time and having a detrimental effect on so many families. So thank you for your attempts at this, and I appreciate the time to ask some questions.
Thank you. Real quickly, Madam Chair, Aaron Ford for the record. Listen, I appreciate your comments about it being more than a Nevada state problem. I had a conversation with Madam Vice President last month about a joint effort with the federal government in our state and other attorneys general across the nation to try to address this holistically. So it is not something that's isolated to a conversation here. Madam Vice President, the administration, the current administration, they are entirely dedicated to trying to address this as well. And I can update you as things progress in that regard. But rest assured, it's on the radar. And beyond being on the radar, people are doing things about it at the federal level as well.
And I won't even ask my question regarding the federal level. I want to make sure that all the members have chances for their questions. But what I will ask, excuse me, is that we try to keep our responses as concise as possible, because we still have a number of questions, and I know there's people that are waiting patiently for testimony. But it's so imperative that we get as much worked through as we possibly can. Our next question is from Assemblyman Ordlicker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for your commitment to addressing this serious problem. I want to come back to your distinction between Jerome on one hand and colleagues and Wanda on the other. Your desire to make this a trafficking statute and the concerns you've already heard about, but are we getting the users because we have the possession as a ground, right? You could just say people who bring, manufacture, deliver, bring, sell, et cetera. And that's a trafficking statute. Adding possession creates the risk of error. You recognize that once we add that in, we might catch the net, might catch up Wanda's. And I know that's not your intent, but we have to go with the language. So here's my concern. We're balancing risks of error. You're worried about the person who's got 200 pills. What else could they have them for other than their trafficking? But all you have to do is prove that they're traffickers without the possession. And so I gather your concern is it's a matter of proof. How am I going to demonstrate that they're really selling or delivering or bringing or manufacturing? You want to just say there's no other explanation, so you've got to do some extra step. I don't know how hard it is for you to do that extra step. How many people you think you're going to lose of those people who have 200 pills, and you can't possibly show that they're manufacturing, selling, delivering, or bringing. So that's one risk of error. The other risk of error that we've talked about, I understand if it's pure fentanyl, that 200 pills, what that means, but we've talked about the person who's got 4 grams of heroin or methamphetamine or some other drug that has trace amounts of fentanyl. And they will be possessing that and fall within this statute. So that's the other risk of error. All those people who really aren't distributing fentanyl, they've got 4 grams because all you can measure is the total weight of the substance, so they've got 4 grams of heroin, and you can prosecute them under this. That's the other risk of error. And normally we say, better to let 10 guilty people go than convict 1 innocent person. And so I'm not sure the way you've drafted this, we've got the right balance in the risks of error, that there are going to be too many Wandas caught. And how many of those Jeromes are we going to lose that you can't really show that extra piece of proof beyond mere possession that they really are manufacturing or selling? So could you talk about why you're worried about, you're seeing the need for this possession in this term in the statute?
Thank you, Assemblyman. I appreciate the question and the analogies. It makes perfect sense to me. As a reminder, trafficking statutes, all of them in our NRS, have possession as an element. That's what makes it a trafficking statute. Trafficking is possession of a particular controlled substance at a particular amount. That's the definition of trafficking. It's not mere possession. So if you remove the element of possession from the trafficking statute, you no longer have a trafficking statute. You have something else, but it's not a trafficking statute. And so that's one of the reasons why it's so important for us to maintain the consistency. One of the reasons it's important is to maintain the consistency of our trafficking statutes across the NRS, but also because, and I've spoken with some district attorneys here who say to me that if we remove possession, we might as well tell the cartels, ship your drugs through Nevada, because possession doesn't count. Okay? If you remove possession from the trafficking statute, you're going to see a higher increase of this presence of these forms of drugs, and probably not just this drug, you know, if we keep falling down this particular trail. So possession is, unfortunately, and I've given trust me, maybe you don't have to trust me, but I can tell you I've given every thought to this iteration, removing trafficking here. I've had conversations with stakeholders about removing trafficking and what it looks like. And at the end of the day, we just could not remove trafficking, remove possession, because it's part of the trafficking statute. But you're right, there are risks and errors in every single bit of legislation. And I do agree with you from the perspective of I'd rather have, how do you say, 10 people guilty and then have 1 innocent person go to jail. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. That's why it keeps me up at night. That's part of the conversation. That's part of why we are trying to find the right line, which is why I vehemently push back on those who would claim that my intent is anything other than what I've said, which is attempting to get the trafficker in trying to find an allowance for the end user or the person who may be addicted to drugs.
Sure.
Yeah, so if you could just get back, thank you for the answer, and I appreciate your concern. But just because I don't know anything about this, I sometimes watch shows like The Wire, but I don't know a lot here. So, you know, the person who you catch with 200 pills, I mean, one possibility is they're just out driving, you stop them for whatever reason, lo and behold, they've got 200 pills, and who knows? So how do you prove that they're selling them? But my guess is there are many other ways you find that person with 200 pills, because there's reason to suspect they're selling, and you set up a sting. So again, if that's the way you catch most of these people through a sting kind of thing, you really have other reasons to think they're selling. Then taking possession out, you're not going to lose those people. You're going to lose the people who, by happenstance, you come across somebody who's got 200 pills, or maybe there are other things. So could you go through what percentage? Do you have a sense of the percentage of people who aren't really, you don't have that evidence that they're selling or doing anything else that would get them under the statute, that you can only get them under possession? What percentage of cases are like that?
Thank you for the question, Assemblyman Orrin LeClerc. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. So I don't know that anybody probably could give you a percentage. What I will say is, again, that, and this is true for how trafficking statutes within the Nevada revised statutes are currently written. And there are also some substances, I mentioned in my opening remarks, GHB, that you would fall under that particular statute, irrespective of how much you have, right, for trafficking. So I think that those are sort of 2 important starting points to keep in mind. when you have someone who has, an amount that is significant, and I believe that 4 grams is an amount that is significant. And I think that there's been some conversation over 4 versus 14, right? 14 grams, I think certainly there's a lot of agreement is a significant amount of drugs. Even pills laced with fentanyl, not pure fentanyl. Pure fentanyl, if you had 4 grams of pure fentanyl, you're going to kill a lot of people. And so, and no one is in possession of that we're encountering. But when you have possession of a certain amount, it is not for personal use. It's not a user who happens to have a few hundred pills, right? That's not what is happening. That is not what the evidence shows. And certainly, things like undercover operations, undercover buys would result in it could result in a charge under a trafficking statute, to be sure. But there are so many things, and I don't know if either Mr. Schwartz or Lieutenant Chio may have some additional comments to add on this particular part. But it is not that one person is manufacturing them and selling them and distributing them, right? There is an intentional way in which the chain along in order to get those drugs out into the community occurs. And so you're not always going to have some undercover buy or some informant, right, that's going to be able to go in and purchase and get you that evidence and bring that in. And so oftentimes when you're encountering this, it is somebody who is in possession of an extraordinary amount of controlled substance, and they would fall under trafficking statutes. And those are statutes that we currently have. This bill is an attempt to acknowledge that fentanyl is different than something like methamphetamine or cocaine, where we're talking about 100 grams when you're getting into those higher level trafficking pieces. And that's what this bill is really doing. And then I don't know if either Mr. Schwartz or Mr. Chio had anything else to add in terms of, I don't know if we can probably quote percentages, but something that might be also responsive to your question, Assemblyman.
Michael Schwartzer, Clark County District Attorney's Office. Madam Chair, may I answer the question as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Assemblyman. To piggyback on what Senator Cannizzaro said, what we're seeing in HIDA and when we're dealing with major drug traffickers, a lot of our stops are car stops in which we might have information, be it from a CI or from another investigation, that an individual might have a significant amount of fentanyl or pills that they're transporting from point A to point B for whatever drug organization. So we do actually have, I can't tell you percentages, but I can tell you that a significant amount of my caseload are individuals that are stopped in a vehicle and where a K9 hits, and we find hundreds of pills, usually not high level trafficking, and a lot of times not even low level trafficking under the current statutes, usually lower, usually somewhere between 500 and 800 pills. But a significant amount of our cases are exactly the scenario you were talking about, which is a car stop where we have a significant amount of pills in the car, but we don't have any sales or anything like that. And these individuals, after they're stopped with that many pills, it's very unlikely that we're going to be able to set up a sting to buy pills from them and then get the sale component. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you. Our next question is from Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. I know you referenced it as a trafficking bill, and I was wondering if it's based on other states or if there are outcomes or evidence of how this has worked in other places.
Thank you for the question. It is a trafficking bill by definition, and that's why I reference it as a trafficking bill, because of the elements of the particular crime that we're talking about here. Your question is what's the experience of other states relative to their trafficking bills as it relates to fentanyl? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, and if this was based off of somewhere else, or where did this, if it's coming from other places?
Well, it wasn't based, Aaron Ford for the record, it wasn't based on another state's statute. In fact, it was based on Nevada revised statutes, the way that we operate and the way that we define trafficking. And it reverts to, in my initial draft, reverted to the state of the statute pre-2019 so that we can figure out, so that we can start addressing this issue from that particular level. So that's the answer to the question in that regard. No, it wasn't based on another state's particular statute.
Certainly.
Thank you, Chair. And are there other states that have something similar, and have we seen outcomes?
There are other, Aaron Ford for the record, there are other states that have trafficking statutes of this sort, Colorado being one. Some of these are, this is a nationwide phenomenon where many states are now attempting to address what we're seeing contemporaneous with us. I have colleagues in Massachusetts, in Delaware, in Illinois, attorneys general that I speak with frequently who are likewise entertaining this issue and who frankly have the same approach that my office has to criminal justice and reform issues, who are likewise toiling with this dilemma. And so, yes, other states are doing it. We don't have necessarily, I don't necessarily have, what the track record looks like because it's happening contemporaneous with what we're doing right now, if that makes sense.
Next question from Assemblywoman Newby.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for the presentation on this bill. My question is, I know that we've been talking about fentanyl being in pills in very small amounts, but my understanding is that fentanyl can also be in other drugs, either in marijuana or cocaine or meth, or there can be any number of concentrations. So my question is, in that situation where there's fentanyl with another drug that's also illegal, when the person is charged, are they going to be charged for the fentanyl portion, or are they going to be charged for the whatever else the other drug is portion, or are they going to be charged for both?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Newby. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. We may have, Ms. Engler might be able to add a little, may be able to add to the answer to that question, as I see her popping up here.
Good morning, Assemblywoman Newby. Alyssa Engler, Chief Deputy Attorney General for the Attorney General's Office. Thank you for the question.
Please spell your name for the record.
I will, thank you. It's ALISSAENGLER. Thank you. To answer your question, the weight, the individual would be charged based on the weight of the drug. They would not be charged with both trafficking in fentanyl and then trafficking in cocaine or methamphetamine. If it contains an illicit fentanyl, they would be charged under the fentanyl statute, the trafficking in fentanyl.
Proceed.
For the entire weight of whatever that is, correct? So if I had a vape pen, perhaps with marijuana and it had some fentanyl in it, I would be charged for the weight of that substance, regardless of the split between the marijuana and the fentanyl.
Yes, that's correct. It would be on the total weight of the substance, keeping in mind that trafficking in marijuana is also its separate statute, so that is separate from other Schedule I and Schedule II drugs. But if you have fentanyl in the derivative of the compound, it would be charged based on the total weight of the drug, or of the compounds. Thank you.
Our next question is from Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thanks for being here to answer all our questions. So just anecdotally, my husband was in a coma a few years back and was on the max dose of fentanyl through an IV, and I was texting with the doctor to find out what that was, and it was 300 micrograms per hour, which is the equivalent of 0.0003 grams of fentanyl. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. And he wrote to me, that's a huge dose, that 0.0003 grams. That's not my question, though. My question is actually, so assuming this bill goes forward, and it's in section 12.3, where you talk about if there's money available to go for prisoners to be part of the medication-assisted treatment. And I was just wondering where, to the extent that that money is available, where would that money be from? Who is paying for that? And then what that sort of look like? Is that, will there be wraparound services, counseling services? I think those really go in tandem, just not dealing with, getting folks off drugs, but actually more holistic approach. And so would that be included in that as well? Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Aaron Ford. For the record, as an aside, that request to include Medicaid-assisted treatment in our jails and prisons came directly from a recovery community advocacy group to me, and I added this for that particular reason. This is verbatim, their language, what their request was in that regard. I don't purport to be an expert in Medicaid-assisted treatment, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what that entails from a treatment perspective. But to your monetary component, I will say something that I said at the Senate hearing, which is we brought in a lot of money for opioids. And a lot of these municipalities have money from opioids. I can't tell them how to spend that money from opioids, but it seems to me that there's an opportunity to utilize opioid money for this opioid issue in their jails and prisons. Alternatively, maybe they have other resources that they want to utilize from their own particular, municipal budgets. I'm going to mention Sheriff Balaam again because he's already doing it. I'm not certain where his money comes from, but maybe at some juncture he may be able to talk about whether there were grants and things of that sort that he applied for that assisted in that particular regard. But what we've endeavored to do through this is to acknowledge the concern about unfunded mandates, so to speak. So we're not saying you have to do it, but we are saying if monies are available, we want you to implement Medicaid-assisted treatment in our jails and prisons. And that money, in my estimation, that money is out there, and I would hope that they utilize it in the way that this bill is contemplating.
Okay, we have a few more questions. We're going to go back to Assemblywoman Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about, you mentioned ACORN, and there's also the Surge Committee. And, the bill mentions money that's available to help the people that are incarcerated, et cetera. But I'm assuming that some of that money somewhere would be used, like in campaigns, to alert the public of, this is fentanyl, it could be in any drug. So, don't take any drug that somebody offers you because, the small amount could kill you, so that people are aware, especially as you mentioned, a lot of young people don't know how dangerous this is. And, so is some of that money, going towards campaigns to educate people, and especially like in colleges and other places, like just don't take any drugs from anybody because you don't know what could be in them.
Thank you for the question, Aaron Ford. For the record, Assemblywoman, the short answer is yes. Those monies, again, although I don't make the decision on how ACORN decides to use it, the Surge Committee, for example, that I do chair, we made recommendations to the ACORN Committee on how to use this money, and some of those recommendations were education-based programming. One Pill Can Kill, for example. That's a program that has been operating in our schools these days, letting kids know, yeah, you think you might be, but one pill can kill. So yes, that money is being utilized. And I suspect that a lot of the needs assessments, and I'm using it for a strategic plan, but that's not what they call it. But the planning that comes out of the needs assessment likewise contemplates that money being used for educational programming and purposes as well.
Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch.
Thank you, Chair. I think a lot of my concerns have been shared by my colleagues. I particularly appreciated my colleague mentioning the vape pen, because I am a high school teacher and vapes are the scourge of our school, and we can talk about tobacco policy later, but students pass around weed pens sometimes. And at my school, we have had students who have OD'd because there's fentanyl in their vape pen. And we got them treatment. Thankfully, our school police had the appropriate resources and they were fine. However, I am concerned that under this bill, that student will now be a trafficker. And that student who thinks they're passing around a weed vape pen, but it has a microgram of fentanyl, is now going to be incarcerated. And so from hearing all of this, I hear we cannot upgrade our labs because it requires in-depth study and thought and all of this planning. And we can't put funding into the bill because there's so many other priorities to fund. And we don't have money for treatment, and we don't have money for testing strips, and we don't have money for all this stuff. And I'm just wondering why our first step, instead of studying the labs, instead of treatment, instead of all these other things, our first step is incarceration, and then later we'll come back and we'll think in depth about these other things.
Aaron Ford, for the record, I'll just offer a quick response and tender the mic to others who want to respond. The first response is not incarceration. The first response is incarcerating traffickers. We need to be specific about what the first response for these bills are. The first response is not to traffic your student, is not to incarcerate your student as a user. It is to incarcerate the trafficker who is peddling this mess to your students. That's the first response. And pursuing this first response is opening up an opportunity to discuss the needs of labs, for example. That was not a discussion heretofore. It just simply was not. At the public health level, they can utilize labs, but in the criminal justice, we were not talking about the appropriateness of upgrading labs. And so I wanted to kind of chime in that regard and say the first response is not to incarcerate your student. It is not to incarcerate the end user. It is not to incarcerate Wanda or an addict. It is to incarcerate the trafficker, and that's what this bill endeavors to do.
Alyssa Engler, Chief Deputy Attorney General, for the record. Thank you for the question. I probably should have clarified earlier that if we're just talking about a vape pen with marijuana and then having it laced with fentanyl, marijuana is covered under its own statute, which I said, which is measured in pounds for trafficking. So the amount of marijuana that you would have in a vape pen would not reach the trafficking levels. When we add fentanyl to it, the amount of fentanyl that would have to be in that vape pen would be much larger. You wouldn't get to the trafficking in fentanyl, is what I would presume, because the amount of fentanyl in there would not reach the 4 grams required under this bill. So I wanted to kind of clarify that. And then secondly, when we're talking about students, they would be juveniles, and so they would not be covered under this bill.
Please.
So I would just like to clarify. Let's say it's not a vape pen. Let's say it's a baggie of cocaine, and it's 4 grams, which we know an addict can use in a day, and it's got fentanyl laced into it. They will be charged under fentanyl, right? Because you said if fentanyl can be detected at all, because we can't tell how much fentanyl is in it. So if it's 4 grams of cocaine and there is fentanyl detected, they will be charged as a trafficker under this, correct?
Alyssa Engler, for the record. Yes, that is correct. And I just want to point out that, again, when we're talking about if we just have 4 grams of cocaine, that's not necessarily a lethal dose. But when we add fentanyl to that amount of cocaine, that's what makes it so serious and more lethal. And that's what we're trying to address here, is that we're not just talking about 4 grams of cocaine. It's 4 grams laced with fentanyl, which is killing people. And that's why this is so serious, and that's what we're trying to address here.
May I just briefly clarify one last?
Quickly, because
Thank you,
I
Chair.
keep hearing conflicting responses as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we can't determine how much is in it. Every speaker today has mentioned that so many of these drugs, the users have no idea it's in the drugs, it's laced in them, it's killing them. So my question is, are there protections for those individuals who believe they are buying another substance and who are in fact a victim because they now have fentanyl in the substance that they have? So are there protections for those individuals that do not know that the cocaine or the heroin or whatever they have has fentanyl in it, even if it's over 4 grams?
Alyssa Engler, for the record. And just so that I can at best answer your question, when you mean protections, are you talking about an individual who might purchase a large quantity of drugs from somebody not knowing that the amount is laced with fentanyl? Okay. I guess to best answer your question, if you are out there purchasing a large amount of drugs that qualify as trafficking, as we stated before, the amount that's in your possession is not for personal use. And so we're labeling these as traffickers versus possessors. And so under all the other statutes, under 453 for possession, there are protections and treatment programs and that those individuals can assess. But when we're talking specifically about trafficking, we're saying that the amount in their possession is not for personal use. And I don't know if Senator Cannizzaro has further response.
Thank you. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. So the other thing that I wanted to just touch on with respect to protections pieces. We've been talking, and what the public defenders brought to us in the proposed amendments to Senate Bills 343 and 35 were some language around an affirmative defense. The language that they've proposed, I think, is one, different than how we have handled, that other affirmative defenses are handled within Nevada revised statute. So we need to change some of that with respect to the request for jury verdict forms or with a specific pattern jury instruction. And I also think that that language needs to be tightened up. But that is something that we are considering as part of an amendment. If we can get that language to a point where I think it works, we are very open to accepting that, because I think in the context of, you know, different circumstances where someone is mistaken, right, we can address that with things like that, and you can address that within any particular case, given the particular facts and circumstances. Again, and I know I mentioned earlier, the system is designed to do that, because you can't write a law that's going to get it perfect every single time. You can write a law that is intended to address what is impermissible behavior and to prescribe penalties for it, but there are always going to be exceptions. And so I think things like affirmative defenses recognize that. I think that if we can get that language right, we'd love to be able to bring an amendment that would satisfy, I think, part of your concern, Assemblywoman. The other thing that I just wanted to note is that currently, you know, under Nevada law for trafficking as it currently exists, if you were to have, you know, a sufficient amount of trafficking for cocaine, but not all of it was cocaine, you're still going to be charged for trafficking with cocaine. I mean, so I think that's just important to keep in mind, is that this bill is not doing something different than what is in than what is in the Nevada revised statutes, or that is our common practice and protocol. What it is doing is saying that we should change those thresholds, because when it comes to fentanyl and how we are encountering it, we are unable to get at individuals who are clearly distributing this out into our communities.
Madam Chair, if I may, I have to go to the Board of Examiners meeting. I will go vote and come back, but may I be excused?
Yes, Attorney General. We'll be happy to see you back. With that, our next question is from Assemblywoman Cohen.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is about Section 3 in both of the bills, and I don't know if it was just because when I was reading this, it was last night, and it's that time of session, but can you explain Section 3 and how this impacts the death penalty? And yeah, I went through the statutes that it referenced and tried to understand what it was saying, and just really couldn't understand what it was getting at.
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Cohen. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6, and I'm sure that if I get this incorrect, legal counsel will probably be able to correct me. So that 4533385 pertains to current trafficking statutes, and so because this relates to that, it's adding it. And that's what you see sort of consistent throughout the bills in the remaining sections, is that it is conforming with other language where you're talking about trafficking, any other statutes that are including that this piece would be included in that and would make reference to.
Quickly, and can we have a concise response?
Yes, or maybe I can ask legal just to explain what is currently done, and how does this, so, yeah, what is currently done?
Just to make sure I understand your question, what as the majority leader stated, it's what the bill is doing is treating this new offense as other trafficking offenses are treated. So we're just including a reference to that statute. That's what's in a lot of the sections, the later sections of the bill here. If you're asking about how does the underlying section work for the death penalty? That's, it can constitute murder if you provide a substance to a person. That's, in terms of how that works in practicality, the prosecutor from Clark County DA's office could probably give you a much better idea of exactly how that works.
Or Chair, would you like me to ask offline?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to move on to Assemblywoman Considine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about in both bills, about the constructive possession, the way that language is. So, hypothetical, you have a functional cocaine addict, six-figure job, very professional person, is able to function, and their addiction is 4 or 5 grams of cocaine a day, and they are still functional, and they are an addict. They are in a car with a friend of theirs, and they have 5 grams of cocaine on them, and their friend is driving. Now, the driver knows that their friend is a cocaine addict, so they have knowledge, but but may or may not know that the friend has the cocaine on him. But the person with the cocaine on it is unaware that there is fentanyl in that person's cocaine. They get pulled over. For one reason or another, the police find the cocaine. Because it's 5 grams, it's possession if it's cocaine. But for the fentanyl, it is now trafficking. Under constructive possession, the way that this is written, can now the driver be charged as a trafficker? Because that's my understanding is constructive possession is if you are, for example, driving a car and you're aware that drugs are in the car, you can be charged with constructive possession. I am just taking that one step because that moves from possession to trafficking only because of that fentanyl. And this is what I mean by sort of intent and the net and catching that person. And I'm using a professional person with that cocaine level of addiction as the best case scenario, as opposed to someone else addicted to another drug with that level of addiction in that situation in another part of town. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Considine, thank you for the question. Alyssa Engler for the record. When we're talking about constructive possession and what a prosecutor would have to prove in order to establish constructive possession, we have to show that the drugs that are located in the vehicle are immediately and exclusively accessible to the individual and subject to their dominion and control. So I would say in that situation, if they're driving in a vehicle and the drugs are located on the passenger and they might not know that it's in there, we'd have to show that not only is it accessible to that person inside the pocket of their friend, but that they have dominion and control over that. So we would have to prove those elements in order to do that. I don't think in that situation, obviously it's prosecutorial discretion, but I don't know in that situation that we'd be charging the driver with the constructive possession of those drugs.
Certainly.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, which is why I wanted to ask on that. But there have been cases where that has happened because it is prosecutorial discretion on that. And I just wanted, again, the difference between the intent of this bill for traffickers and then that kind of harkens back to that war on drugs. And I haven't read the amendment, and I don't know. I haven't seen. I can only go by what's in this bill, but I don't know if the amendment does anything like that because that turns on that. One level is possession, one level is trafficking, and then moving out an outer ring. Thank you.
Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Considine. So I think to Ms. Engler's point, you still have to be able to prove all of those elements in so much as you're alleging that it's constructive possession, right? And so I think that's an important piece to keep in mind. When it comes to possession, and this is true for possession of stolen property, possession of a firearm by someone who is prohibited, it's always actual or constructive possession. And that is true when we talk about possession, but you still have to be able to prove that dominion and control, that knowledge piece of it, right? And so I think that's the tough part. But when we talk about possession, we are talking about, and you talk about constructive possession, that is true for any place that you might have a crime that involves possession. It's either actual or constructive.
Our next question is from Assemblyman Ornlicker. You don't need a question? Okay. Members, any final questions? Do you have one? Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the follow-up. And just real quick, so when we look at the penalties that are proposed here, and we compare them to our federal schedules, there is a significant difference. And could you speak to why there is such a discrepancy in what the levels are here in this bill that you are proposing as to what the federal schedules are?
Thank you for the question, Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong. Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6. So I am not familiar with the federal schedules and what those particular limits are. What I will say about these, and with respect to the penalty pieces in the Category B with the escalating possible sentences, is that is consistent with what we have had in trafficking statutes within NRS. So that is consistent with what has historically been state law, which is why you're seeing those in both my bill and the Attorney General's bill. And I think the Attorney General mentioned previously when we were talking about weights, this is very similar to what we have seen previously, excuse me, with respect to trafficking weights. And so this would be consistent with historical Nevada state law, which sometimes differs from the federal law.
Proceed.
Okay, so just for clarity, cocaine, Schedule 2, 500 to 4,999 gram mixture, or 5 kilos, is 5 years and not more than 40. Fentanyl, which is also Schedule 2, 40 to 400 or 399 gram mixture, or 400 grams, these are first offenses, not less than 10 years and not more than life. If death or serious injury, not less than 20 or more than life, the fine of 10 million, right? And so we can go on and on. I can share this with you if you want it. I just think that this is further example from what we've been hearing today, that, and concern for me, that we're outsizing a penalty compared to what we see federally. We still don't have a way to measure, and it just seems to be a net that is so broad that we are going to get users and people who have serious addiction problems caught up in this. And we have not solved core issues, why we are seeing so much usage in our communities. We're not talking about it. We're not dealing with help for addicts. We're not going to catch the people who we are really after. I mentioned earlier 7 billion pills by these major corps that are paying the state. These are major distributors. Not one of them went to jail. They just wrote a check. I'm really concerned that this is not addressing the core issue of addiction. And until I can see how this amendment about affirmative defense and some other things that can help safeguard regular people in our community, I'm really, really concerned about that. And I'd really love to see some effort and the language so that I can make a better decision, because y'all know where I represent. 89106, 89108, 89030. These are neighborhoods that are often heavily policed, and these incidental stops for any and everything, mechanical failures, all this can bring people who have addiction problems, can get them caught up. And I just, it really concerns me, and I would like to see a little bit more thought. Thank you very much.
Nicole Canizaro, Senate District 6. I appreciate, and I think that your concerns are certainly well heeded by the Attorney General and myself in trying to find that balance. With respect to some of those federal schedules and those thresholds, current Nevada law is, even for cocaine, lower than that, right? The penalty is also not, I think it was 5 years, 5 to 40, or 5 to 40 on the cocaine. And so Nevada law doesn't always match, I think, what we see in the federal statutes. And again, I think there is an effort to try to work through some of these amendments that have been suggested by the Public Defender's Office to give a little bit more comfort to the committee in where there may be an affirmative defense that someone could utilize if they end up being someone who is captured by this. There's not what we would consider a trafficker. Again, this is, I think, an effort to get at individuals who are distributing in our community, who have a large amount, and that we just don't frankly have that tool for. But I do appreciate and see and understand your concerns, and we have been diligently trying to work through what we can do within this bill and with these amendments to get you something, and I'm hopeful we're going to be able to work some of those out and bring those to the committee.
Thank you, and I hope you understand these concerns are really real. I ran a prisoner reentry program back in 2005, and the majority of the people that came through this program that were serviced were people that had spent 20 to 30 years in prison for drugs. Meanwhile, we watch predatory child molesters walk out of prison in 7 to 8 years. We watched people with, manslaughter and homicide walk out in 20 years. But the majority of people, 20 to 30 years for selling drugs. And I bet you can guess how many of them were Black men. We've mentioned before, we know that the system is different pertaining to who you are and what you can afford, what type of legal defense you can afford. And so I hope that you wholeheartedly take the concerns that the members here on this dais have expressed. And I'd just like to thank the members for your deep and diligent study of these bills and your questions and expressing your concerns. Because again, no one's saying, and I know AG Ford had mentioned, no one's saying that the intention is to repeat the war on drugs, the catastrophe that it was. But again, we also in this body are concerned with unintended consequences. And with that, I will open it up for testimony in support. And again, I would like to remind folks that when we're testifying, that please make sure that you state your name and say it clearly for the record, and that we ask that you keep it around to 2 minutes. And that's it. Spelling your name is usually the most difficult part to remember. So when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the Assembly Judiciary Committee. For the record, my name is Darren Balaam, D-A-R-I-N, B-A-L-A-A-M, and I'm privileged to serve as the Washoe County Sheriff. I'm here this morning in support of Senate Bill 343. When I first ran for sheriff in 2018, I promised my committee and my community that I'd work to attack the opioid crisis in Washoe County. It was one of my highest priorities. Since I took office in 2019, and despite the efforts of starting a detention services unit, developing a certified medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, and opioid treatment program in my correctional facility, beginning a Narcan leave-behind program, a fentanyl strips vending machine in my lobby, and outfitting patrol deputies with Narcan, I've only seen the fentanyl epidemic get worse in my community. I've watched as my deputies have responded to incidents of children overdose on this horrific drug. I've listened to family members and personal friends that have been affected by fentanyl overdoses and lethal ones tell me how they wish they could help, but the drug was too powerful to overcome. I've heard that because I run the largest detention facility in Northern Nevada, what happens outside the facility walls eventually penetrates inside. 2 out of the 3 overdose deaths I had in my facility last year were fentanyl related. Let me be clear, fentanyl can, and sadly is, lethal outside of prescribed usage. I will also be clear, we are not looking for and targeting addicts of this horrific drug. Those individuals we need and must provide services to. And in my detention facility, we currently are doing that. We're looking to target those who are preying upon our communities, those who are knowingly injecting small lethal doses of fentanyl into marijuana and other drugs, and those who are knowingly trafficking fentanyl to vulnerable members of our community. Senate Bill 343 is a start. And again, we are getting started, and we must start, because I challenge you all to speak to the parents of young adults in my community from overdoses and your community, and tell them that we didn't do anything. Thank you.
Chair Miller, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Dan Coverley, D-A-N-C-O-V-E-R-L-E-Y, and I'm the Sheriff of Douglas County and a member of the Executive Board for the Nevada Sheriff's Chiefs Association. I'm here in person today to testify in support of Senate Bill 343. I have been seeing overdoses and deaths increase in northern Nevada, specifically in Douglas County. All of my deputies carry at a minimum 3 doses of naloxone, commonly referred to as Narcan. Many times it takes more than 1 dose of naloxone to revive an individual who has overdosed. The devastating consequences of these situations on the community, to include the deputies who work for me, can be everlasting. Fentanyl is 50 times more potent than heroin. A lethal dose of fentanyl can be as small as 2 milligrams. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office is currently buying multi-ounce quantities of fentanyl powder in our undercover operations. Douglas County has seen an increase of over 1,000% from 2021 to 2022. In 2021, Douglas County Sheriff's Office seized 1 gram of powdered fentanyl and 10 counterfeit fentanyl pills. In 2022, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office seized 1,290 grams of powdered fentanyl. We are predominantly seeing powdered fentanyl in Douglas County, as opposed to the pills that have been commonly talked about that you're seeing in Clark County. Overdosing on powdered fentanyl can be extremely easy. In October of last year, I had 5 deputies who were exposed to powdered fentanyl. All 5 were administered multiple doses of naloxone and transported and treated at a nearby hospital. If 5 healthy young deputies can overdose easily, imagine what being exposed to powdered fentanyl would do to a young child.
I'm going to ask that you wrap up your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to show my support for this bill. I want to thank the bill sponsor and appreciate their efforts to work with law enforcement and other stakeholders.
Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Chris Crawforth, C-H-R-I-S, last Crawforth, C-R-A-W-F-O-R-T-H. I am the president of the Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs Association and the police chief for the Sparks Police Department. I'm here in person today to testify in support of Senate Bills 35 and 343. I've seen overdoses and deaths dramatically increase in northern Nevada in the past 3 years. I have observed the devastating consequences of these situations on families, friends, and colleagues. Any legislation to combat this deadly issue at the level of sales, distribution, and trafficking is a must. We owe it to our children and to all citizens of our state to disrupt the flow of illicit fentanyl. An amount of fentanyl no longer larger than the tip of a pen can be a lethal dose. In 2022, Washoe County high school students believed they were using pain pills. Those pills were actually fentanyl. Those 2 young men did not survive. 3 years ago, the regional interdiction units within Washoe County, units focusing on trafficking level offenses, were seizing fentanyl powder in grams per month. Today, they're seizing multiple forms of fentanyl and seizing in tens of pounds per month. I would like to thank the bill's sponsors and appreciate their efforts to work with law enforcement and other stakeholders. I appreciate the focus of this bill on disrupting the supply of illicit fentanyl into our communities rather than on the end user. Washoe County, like so many others in our state, has flooded our community with available Narcan to reduce deaths, and yet they are still increasing. Law enforcement is carrying Narcan to save our community members. 3 years ago, we utilized on average 1 dose of Narcan to save a life. Today, we're using 3 to 4 doses. The citizens of Sparks, our communities throughout our state, and law enforcement need to have a means to combat this deadly epidemic. Thank you for allowing me to show my support and that of the Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the committee. Jason Walker, Jasonwalker, testifying on behalf of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. And at the chair's indulgence, if I could read in some talking points on quantitative versus qualitative as far as the lab standards. I got these points from Brad Taylor, who is our supervising criminalist of toxicology at the Washoe County Lab. If I could, again, have a little bit more time to read some of these.
The clock's already going. Please continue, Mr. Walker.
Thank you. Talking points on quantitative versus qualitative. Industry standard for forensics in the United States is to do qualitative testing due to the way the laws are written. Marijuana is the exception for some states with listed percentages of THC for the identification of marijuana versus hemp. But that is just for one drug. This significantly increased costs and time for those analysis, and again, that is for one substance. Qualitative testing provides quick, clear results. Is there an illegal drug present? Most people can understand the basics of the current process and laws. How much substance is present that we have, and what drug is it? Quantitative laws introduce an immediate uncertainty as to how much do I have. This will not and cannot be known for any level of the legal process until full analysis is performed. There will be no reliable preliminary options for this question. Very few people in the drug pipeline, from the salespersons to the users, know the purity of the drug they have, but they can all be aware of what they have weighs. Now I will, at the chair's indulgence again, continue on with my support testimony. Again, I'm Jason Walker with the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. This is my daughter, Kylie. I want to make one thing clear about Senate Bills 35 and 343. They are not going after the users. AG Ford made that exact statement when we first started these discussions about the fentanyl bills. When we first started legislature. These bills are targeted at the traffickers of illicit fentanyl and more specifically combating the insurgence of the blue M30 pills, which is a majority of what we're seeing in Washoe County and the pandemic of overdose deaths that have come with it. You may hear emotional testimony from my daughter today about an incident that occurred here a few years back. I'll let her tell her story. I hope by her getting this out in testimony, it may give her heart a little more room to heal from such a tragic event.
Okay, Mr. Walker, please wrap up your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. What I'd like to put a visual on.
We're already over time.
I'm certain that we are, ma'am.
So why don't we move to your daughter?
Let's do that.
Good morning. My name is Kylie Walker, K-I-L-E-Y-W-A-L-K-E-R. I am a 23-year-old graduate from the University of Nevada, Reno. I currently work as a phlebotomist and a clinical laboratory assistant at Renown Regional Medical Center. I am here today to ask all of you to support Senate Bills 35 and 343. 3 years and 22 days ago, after my shift in the ER, I stood outside of my boyfriend's apartment for 5 agonizing hours to see if my boyfriend was there and or even alive because he wasn't responding to my text messages. I called the non-emergency line to have them help me do a wellness check. They came, knocked on the door, and soon left afterwards, requesting me to let them know if he eventually opened the door. He never did. It took a whole community to help me open the door. The apartment's maintenance man, the Reno police officer, his neighbors, and my dad. My dad told me to wait in the car while he covered the police officer on scene to enter the apartment. I was on the phone with his mom trying to keep her updated, and once I saw the look on everyone's faces, my whole world stopped and I started to scream. It took everything my dad, Sergeant Jason Walker, had to tell me that the love of my life, Cameron Blaine Davis, was dead. Cameron was a retired cavalry scout in the Army, and he was 21 years old. He passed away from an accidental overdose on an M30 oxycodone pill that was laced with a lethal dose of fentanyl while laying on the couch playing a video game. He had no idea this was going to happen. April 25th, 2020 was when my whole world turned upside down. Still to this day, I struggle with the question, why? Why did this have to happen? Why couldn't I have been there to save them? And still to this day, I believe that he is going to walk through the front door as if it never happened. I stand here today to represent my boyfriend Cameron, his family Leslie, Maddox, Flint, and Gray Miller, and all the families who have lost loved ones to a controlled substance laced with fentanyl like me. Accidental overdose grief hits completely different than any other. They are unexpected and truly strip the future away from you. Please help prevent this catastrophic event from happening to anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and we are deeply sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Mike Cathcart, representing the City of Henderson. I will first want to thank the Attorney General Ford and Majority Leader Canizaro for bringing these critical pieces of legislation. Illicit fentanyl trafficking impacts every community in our state. The traffickers of fentanyl are preying upon the most vulnerable in our communities, such as those suffering from addiction and children. And one of the ways at the City of Henderson we're trying to put a holistic approach to this that would work with the tools being brought forth in these two bills is we're using Department of Justice dollars to launch a pilot program that really integrates our law enforcement with mental health professionals. It is called the Mobile Crisis Intervention Team. And this is the purpose of this is to try to connect people with treatment and strengthen our partnerships with the mental health system. The City of Henderson is supportive of both SB 35 and SB 343 and urges you to pass this important public policy. Thank you.
I have a question for you. Henderson's developing a laboratory, correct?
For the record, Mike Cathcart, correct. We are applying for grants, and we're doing investment towards putting together a forensics laboratory.
Okay, and will that forensics laboratory be testing for fentanyl?
Mike Cathcart, for the record, yes, at the current procedures, I believe, in the state, but I can find out what our plans are for the future for you.
Okay, yes, please submit that to the committee because we'd like to know when the laboratory will be finished and what capabilities will you have in order to test for quantifiable amounts of fentanyl when mixed into other drugs. Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee and staff, Rick McCann, Nevada Association of Public Safety Officers, and a member of the Nevada Law Enforcement Coalition. But I'm not here for them. Well, I am, but I'm here because I'm a father and a grandfather. Let me just make this clear. I have no goddamn tolerance for people who traffic drugs into the communities that may include my kids and my 4 grandchildren. I'm here simply to express that if you are an addict, you need help. We need to give you help. We owe you help. But if you are a trafficker, if you are somebody who knowingly and intentionally sells, manufactures, delivers, or brings these drugs into this state into prescribed amounts, we need to change your address to a corrections facility. It's just that simple. Some of you may not like my attitude. I don't care. The bottom line is I have no tolerance for these people who are going to kill. Some of you may be affected. I don't want to be affected. I have grandchildren, so I'm here really for them. That's all I got to say. I support both of these bills, 35 and 343. I would urge you to consider your families and your friends and your associates as well. All the things that have been said, we need money, you're right. There are some specifics about the qualifying and the quantifying process. I agree. Let the stakeholders figure that out. But as a simple policy comment, I have no tolerance for traffickers. We need to put them away. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the Assembly Judiciary Committee. My name is John Jones, here on behalf of the Clark County District Attorney's Office in support of both SB 35 and SB 343. I do want to say that this is an important piece of what I would call a comprehensive approach that we're taking in this state to address the illicit fentanyl problem that we're having. Attorney General Ford talked about using some of the opioid settlement funds so each community can develop strategies that work for their various communities. That's an important piece. But SB 35 and SB 343 are also an important piece, and we urge their passage. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the committee. My name is Beth Schmidt. I represent the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And I want to echo what both Mr. McCann has said and what District Attorney John Jones has said. We support this comprehensive approach. We appreciate both the Attorney General and Senator Cannizzaro for working with us and listening to all parties involved. Again, this is a trafficking bill. We must do something more when it comes to trafficking. We cannot have these families and these children coming before us and talking about their loved ones that died. We can do something and we should do something. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is committed to helping people who are addicted. My sheriff has gone on record numerous times about that. And that is why we welcome the piece in this legislation that talks about medication-assisted treatment. We have addicts. We have people who want help. Our LIMA program is doing that, as Lieutenant Chio talked about. We want to help people. But we cannot turn a blind eye to the trafficking. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in Carson City that would like to testify in support? Okay, let's go to Grant Sawyer. Are you testifying in support?
Yes.
Okay, please make sure to
My
state
name is
your
Rhonda
name.
Bowman. My name is Rhonda Bowman, RONDA BOWMAN. And I'm here on behalf of my son, Shane Bowman, who was taken when he thought he was taking a Percocet pill. He took a quarter of a pill that was laced with fentanyl, and it took his life. I've had several trials in my life that I thought were about as hard as it could be, but I didn't realize it could get worse. This has been the hardest yet. My husband and I struggled to have children for 7 years before we finally opted to adopt and got our beautiful daughter, Tiara. We waited another 3 years for our son, Shane, to finish out our family. 10 years of hoping. I tell you this because after working so hard and so long to get him here, it took just moments for a quarter of a pill laced with fentanyl to take him away. Shane was a joy in our lives. He was an adventure lover, and he had many dreams and goals that he looked forward to in his future to share with us as well. That is gone. He was our guardian here on earth. I hope he is able to continue to stand guard for each one of us from the other side of heaven. He was a loving son that sincerely enjoyed spending time with his family. That is gone. We had the blessing of living directly across the street from him these last several years. We were able to say good morning in person, have dinners, and just enjoy his most amazing smile and visits. That is gone. He was a self-proclaimed mama's boy and would stop by several times a day during his breaks just to give his mama her daily hug and to eat lunch. That is gone. Life has not been the same since he was taken from us, and I think I'm justified in saying it never will be. Thoughts of him continue to consume a major portion of our daily lives, which also means we still continue to experience the heart-wrenching grief on a daily basis. I'm hoping that something positive can come from his death to help move bills like this forward, to protect others from this happening to them. I am blessed by the life he lived, but I cry for the one he didn't. He was a bright light that is gone from my earthly life. It has left a huge hole in my heart. Now my heart holds him when my arms cannot. I loved him his whole life. I will miss him for the rest of mine.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And again, we're deeply sorry for your loss.
My name is Brent Bowman, Brent Bowman. I appreciate the words and the consideration for the Wandas of this world. My Shane, he was a Wanda, a recovering Wanda. For 7 years, he had remained clean until he couldn't get the medication he needed after breaking his collarbone at the hospital. A subject for another day. How I wish now that Shane had been caught in a net of some kind, even if it ended in incarceration. Shane's traffickers exterminated him. Before his death, he told me, "Dad, I just want my dad back." And I thought, "Oh, I've been here all along. I'm glad you're coming back." But he helped me to realize, after thinking about it, that I had distanced myself from him, from my only son. And our relationship had been strained over 7 years of addiction. Now I have regrets, lost time, lost opportunities, a lost relationship, which I regret, all because of a substance that can kill you if you touch it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your story as well. And again, we are also deeply sorry for your loss.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiara Bowman, Tiara Bowman. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak to you guys, and I ask for your support in this Senate Bill 335 and 343 as someone who is a recovering addict myself and has also spent time in the system for different charges. I know the necessity of this. I'm now, like I said, I'm now recovered and a productive member of society, and I operate the janitorial business that my brother left behind. As my parents have stated, my brother was not in his addiction, and he was seeking out some type of relief from being not given any type of medication at the hospital. My brother had overcome so many different things, and if there was someone that was more undeserving than this, it was him. My family's hope is that our story and my brother's story can make a change in our future and be able to stop what's happening with the fentanyl today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And glad to see the path that you're on now. Is there anyone else there in Las Vegas that would like to testify in support? Not seeing anyone, we will open it up to the phone lines. Broadcasting, open the lines, please.
To testify in support of Senate Bill 35 and/or Senate Bill 343, please press star 9 or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits 668, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hello, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Troyce, Troyce. Krumie, Krumme. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Las Vegas Police Managers and Supervisors Association. I'd like to thank Attorney General Ford, Senate Majority Leader Cannizzaro for bringing this bill forward. And for the sake of brevity, I will just offer our support for this bill. Thank you.
There are no other callers choosing to testify in support at this time.
Okay, with that, then I will open it up for opposition, starting here in Carson City. Please remember to state your name and spell it for the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Erica Roth, Ericaroth, on behalf of the Washoe County Public Defender's Office, testifying in opposition to both bills this morning. I want to make very clear, because we've heard some conflicting statements on this. This bill is about possession. This is a possession bill. And it is undisputed. No one up here is going to get up and dispute that fentanyl isn't deadly. It is. It is ravaging my community, and I want a reasoned response to it. But it is also undisputed, and evidence will be provided, that so are these bills. Increasing penalties for possession of drugs increases overdose deaths. Now, I just want to go through what this is going to look like in practice. We've heard a lot about somebody having 200 pills on them or being a drug trafficker or El Chapo. So I want to walk through what this looks like in practice. This is sugar. Is this drug trafficking? This is 4 grams. And a person who buys, let's say, cocaine, and a granule of this is fentanyl, is now going to prison for 6 years. Some of you have children that are about that age. That is their entire lifetime. This is not a drug trafficker. This is 15 years in prison. This is not El Chapo, and this is not a drug trafficker. This is life in prison. That is your entire life. This is not El Chapo. This is not a drug trafficker. And I want to be clear that we're not talking about pure fentanyl here. You heard testimony that you're not seeing pure fentanyl on the street. This is somebody who has bought narcotics for personal use, and it is laced with fentanyl. And that is absolutely, regardless of the intent of the bill, who we are going to be putting in prison. It is everyday users. It is the kid who is trying cocaine after a UNR game for the first time, or the person who is struggling with their addiction and has been for years. They are all going to prison under this bill. And let me be clear about something else. They don't get treatment. You're convicted of drug trafficking, you do not get treatment. It is mandatory prison. We are going to throw these people away. And Nevadans deserve better than that. And we have done this before as a country. You know, we're hearing this is not the war on drugs again. Let me be very clear about this. This is the war on drugs. What the war on drugs did with the crack cocaine epidemic was it said that there are mandatory minimum sentences when you have cocaine and it is laced with baking powder.
Ms. Roth, I'm going to ask that you wrap it up.
Thank you. What I will close with is this. This is going to cost this state money. A fiscal note is likely coming from NDOC on this. Tens of millions of dollars are going to be spent putting people in prison for possession of this. These bills are both morally and fiscally irresponsible, and I urge a no vote on both of these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Puro from the Clark County Public Defender's Office. Maya Angelou said, do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, do better. And the thing is, we do know better. These penalties that we're seeking in these bills are from 2019. And under our pre-2019 laws, Nevada was incarcerating people at a rate 15% higher than the national average. We were also, even more wrongly so, incarcerating our women at a rate of 43% higher than the national average. So to your question, Assemblywoman Mosca, we know how these laws play out. Mother's Day was this past Sunday. My mom was an addict. She needed help. Under these laws, she would have been a trafficker. So the woman who taught me how to read, consoled me when my heart was broken, made sure I had food, she would have been ripped from our family and put in prison for 6 years. They keep saying that they're not going after those people, but the letter of the law will make it this way. I practiced under these laws for 12 years. The court just reads the plain language. They don't care about what A.G. Ford said about what his intent is or what Senator Cannizzaro said her intent is with this bill. They care about the plain language of the bill. And the data tells us we were right to close that bad chapter in Nevada history. The Pew Research Center, which I submitted online, shows that when you increase criminal penalties, it doesn't reduce drug overdose deaths, it doesn't reduce drug use, and it doesn't lower the arrest numbers. And there was an article recently in the Las Vegas Review-Journal, which I cited and hyperlinked in my letter, that shows that of the people held in jail for a month, 463 of those people were for possession under 14 grams at a cost of $245 a day for those people. That's $113,435 a day for all those people. If you extrapolate that out for a year, that's $41 million. And if you extrapolate that to prison, where we would say maybe 5,556 people would go to prison that year, that's $138,900,000 that we're not putting into public education campaigns to stop this drug. We're not putting into public health campaigns. We're not doing anything with that money except incarcerating our way out of it. And if we could incarcerate our way out of this problem, Sheriff Balaam would have fixed it. Michael Schwartz would have litigated it away. But we can't. The data shows that we cannot. This bill could have been so much more. I'll wrap it up, Madam Chair. Colorado did a comprehensive bill. They came with a lot of solutions and appropriations. They came with a defense for people who don't know fentanyl in their drugs because people don't want that in their drugs. We did none of those things. All we offered here is prison. That's all we offered. That's all we're offering Nevadans. We know better now. We've done this before, even in this state. And I'm asking this committee to join us in standing up to these laws, sending the proponents of these bills back to the drawing board to give us a better piece of legislation that will actually help Nevadans, that will actually help these poor people that are dying, that will change things. All this does is ensure that my mom goes to prison. All this does is ensure that moms are ripped away from their families, that brothers, sisters, fathers spend time in prison with no treatment.
For the record, Attar Hasibullah, first name spelled A-T-H-A-R, last name H-A-S-E-E-B-U-L-L-A-H. I'm the Executive Director for the American Civil Liberties Union of Nevada, which stands in firm opposition to both of the bills presented today, which are the two most regressive and dangerous drug bills brought in Nevada in years, that rely on anecdotal stories instead of science and research to justify them. The reason why the LVMPD lieutenant today specifically mentioned they have not seen more than 8 pills for personal use is notable, because when you target the unhoused or lower income communities for disparate enforcement, you only get anecdotals like that. It's also a marker and an indicator of how law enforcement intends to use these bills in the communities that will be the intention behind the target here. The cartels do not care about these bills at all. They got their money before it hit the United States. These bills today simply exist to pad arrest and conviction statistics, and you know who will be targeted here. We suggested instead those bills go after predatory sale of fentanyl, which would have made it a B felony at some point if someone knowing an item contained fentanyl intentionally failed to disclose that to a buyer. That provision would have in fact been the toughest and most logical solution to address predatory conduct, which is what the families that you heard today that spoke about losing someone would have dealt with, which is what all of us in the community that deal with these issues consistently would have had to deal with. But we didn't go after predators here. We're going after simple, petty possession. And as Ms. Roth mentioned, a small quantity will lead to a lifetime of disaster and broken families, broken communities. Those are inconsistent with civil rights and civil liberties. Going after predators is not, but these bills today don't do that. They go after the individual user, and they can't even specify the specific drugs that they're attempting to preclude here, the specific ways that they're going to do it, only specific quantities, because it makes it easier to pad stats. To my Republican friends on this committee, many of you I've known for several years, with the vote to advance this specific possession bill today, you'd be endorsing the concept that strict criminal possession without any level of intent or knowledge is an effective tool in combating societal ills that impact human life, instead of going after nefarious actors. So how are you going to respond when gun rights, which do remain subject to restrictions, fall victim entirely to the same logic? To my Democratic friends on the committee, many of you I've known for years, and I've walked with you and I've supported you. Nobody when you were walking, and I know this because I've had conversations with many of you, nobody when you were walking asked for these bills. Not a single person today, before today, asked you to criminalize drug possession or target those who are experiencing addiction. Yours was a message of supporting our community, a message of racial justice, a message of making sure that families weren't on the receiving end of civil rights abuses. You ran on a message of standing up to injustice and fighting for the people. Criminalizing possession would be a betrayal of what you've told our communities and the people. We cannot play politics with people's lives. History requires courage, and we know you have it. We are asking that you do not advance these bills out of committee today, and that you fulfill your promise and obligations to the communities that you serve. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the committee. My name is Lilith Barron, Lilithbaran, with the American Civil Liberties Union of Nevada. Also as a site for naloxone, which I disperse outside of my home because this is deeply embedded in my community. In Washoe County, 79% of overdoses happened in the home of the person that was overdosed. 77.4% of those overdoses were people with a past history of addiction. 55.3% had a bystander present, and 44% had mental health issues. And naloxone was administered to 30% of those people. Now, we have a problem, and one of the biggest problems that I've noticed is that we are so out of touch. This is so out of touch because the one thing that wasn't mentioned is that there's another drug already knocking on the doors. that no one's even mentioned. And just in case anyone needed the education, it's called xylazine. And that is already more deadly when combined with fentanyl. And there's nothing in the bill about those two things, about that drug. So the National Drug Policy Alliance says about xylazine and fentanyl that it's incredibly counterproductive to lead to a more unknown and potentially more potent drug supply, like we saw with the opioid epidemic, with heroin, with crack, with cocaine. We are going to repeat it with substances like xylazine that do not have a Narcan. There is no remedy already for the next drug knocking on the doors of our communities. We did this experiment in the 80s. We had 15,000 people behind bars for drug dealing, and now we have about 450,000 people behind bars for drug dealing, and the prices of all major drugs are down dramatically. So if the question is, do longer sentences lead to a higher drug price and therefore less drug consumption? The answer is no, it doesn't. Though we know that this had good intentions, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And we appreciate all of the work everyone has done on this, but we absolutely cannot stand idly by and watch our communities perish under these kinds of dangerous laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Nick Shepak, S-H-E-P-A-C-K, and I am the State Deputy Director of the Fines and Fees Justice Center. We are here in opposition today to both bills for their extreme penalties and extreme fines that will be levied against drug users. I think one of the best questions asked today was by Assemblywoman LaRue Hatch, which was, can you point to a study? Can you point to data that shows that this works? We have been in talks, as the Attorney General said, for 101 days now about this bill. And I've had one request this entire time, is show me evidence that this will reduce overdoses and reduce deaths. I'm still waiting on that evidence. What we have found is thousands of pages of research. There's a 300-page report by the RAND Corporation, not a left-leaning think tank, the RAND Corporation, that cites dozens and dozens of studies and has an entire chapter dedicated to why this response is the wrong response and why this response leads to more deaths. And I'll get personal for 1 second. I've had an intimate experience with fentanyl, and I don't want to be here today to talk about this, but it is important. We talked about a person bringing drugs to a party, and we were told it's not like going to 7-Eleven. You can't just get this stuff. It is that easy. Many years ago, when this was new on the scene, an individual brought to a party in the woods that we were camping at pills that they thought were Percocet. These are 500 milligrams pills, right? So 8 of them is 4 grams. Those were taken. Luckily, everyone there survived, but it was a close call. Nobody at that party was a drug trafficker. Nobody needed 6 years in prison. That was a mistake, and it needed to be treated like one. This bill will criminalize people like that, and we must vote no. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Katie Brandon, K-A-T-I-E, B-R-A-N-D-O-N, and I'm a graduating Master of Public Health student at UNR. This bill goes against all of the strategies that we are taught for protecting communities in the public health program. I have lost friends and classmates over the last few years to fentanyl overdoses. This bill would not have prevented fentanyl from getting to them, and it would not have saved their lives. If anything, even with the Good Samaritan provision, it would have made their friends more scared to call for help. It would have made them afraid to test their drugs because then they'd have been in knowing possession of fentanyl. This would have killed them. The DEA found that lace pills are, at most, about 4% fentanyl by weight. If we want to identify people trafficking 4 grams of fentanyl, we are already doing that with the current 100-gram statute. Public health and public safety are not separate concepts. You can't address public safety while dismissing the core public health principle of harm reduction. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Hello.
My name is Jody Hocking, Jodihockking, and I'm the Executive Director of Return Strong. I'm also part of an impacted family. My husband comes from a family that has been impacted by the war on drugs. They lived in LA in the 1970s and 80s, and his mother, for all intents and purposes, was Wanda. She was addicted to crack and heroin, and my husband was born in prison, addicted to both of those drugs. His life has been indescribably intertwined with the prison system, as was his mother's and generations of his family. We keep hearing that this is a trafficking bill, but trafficking bills trap people who aren't trafficking. They're supporting addictions. The war on drugs has taken decades to even begin to undo the harm that was done to the people who were targeted from those policies. Not just the war on drugs, enhancement laws, habitual criminal laws, laws that target groups of people and predominantly Black, brown, and poor people. When we create policy and efforts to stop one thing, we create other unintended consequences of more people who are caught in the eye of this hurricane. My final point in this comment, my area of expertise really is on Nevada prisons. This legislation is going to create a huge influx into our state prisons, which are already struggling and facing critical staffing shortages that Nevada has really been unable to handle. There's a staffing shortage in the federal prisons that's about 1/3 staffing. In February, Director Zarenda testified on public record that we currently have a 23% shortage of staff in our southern prisons and over a 60% shortage in northern prisons. We're down over 400 corrections officers, and in his comments, those positions are never going to be refilled. People don't want them. From his testimony and the letters received from Return Strong, these shortages impact the ability to program and rehabilitate. It impacts food, nutrition, and feeding people. It's creating a situation where people in prison are in cells 20 to 23 hours a day across the state, and it impacts the ability for people to be able to parole, consequently impacting their right to liberty.
I'm going to ask that you wrap up.
Okay. Sorry. Ultimately, I always talk about the tip of the iceberg and the root of the problem. This fights the tip of the iceberg, and it doesn't address the root of the problem, and that is the concern. Both personally and professionally, we oppose SB 35 and SB 343 because it's going to trap the wrong people in prison. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Minaberry. That's ErikaMinaberry, and I am an addict. I have been clean for 19 years. I could tell you that I would definitely have never been able to get clean had I caught a felony while I was in the throes of addiction. And make no mistake, while I was never a distributor under these bills, my existence as an active user would have definitely classified me as a low-level dealer. I'm going to be real with y'all right now and say that 4 grams is barely a weekend's supply for an active user. Well, these testimonies and support have highlighted the horrors that fentanyl is wreaking on our community. None of them have been able to clearly identify how these bills ease this crisis, regardless of how emotional they have been. In fact, many of these testimonies highlighted the need for programs, some already being implemented, that will do more to ease this crisis than these bills will do. Please remember that impact is greater than intention. This bill has so many unknowns in it, but the impact is knowingly harmful. Please vote no on these bills. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Dodson, spelled ASHLEYDODSON. I am the co-founder and co-president of the Cannabis Equity and Inclusion Community and also a Master of Social Work. I am here in opposition of 343, SB 343 and 35. We all understand the seriousness of fentanyl and all other substances that potentially can cause death. However, as an advocate for those who've been negatively disproportionately impacted by the failed war on drugs, over decades. My concern continues to grow as it seems to be a repeat of such with a bill proposed as this. There is still no resolve or clear explanation in how weights, testing, and other determinants to prevent the casting of such a large net are factored in because there is no state laboratory, among other several negligences mentioned. This is highly alarming and disturbing as our communities, families, students, especially those who are Black, brown, and indigenous, will be penalized and incarcerated. There needs to be more efforts and due diligence for rehabilitation and addressing substance use and addiction. Targeting traffickers will not be resolved by increasing penalties and over-policing. It will increase more deaths, overdoses, and the intents mentioned doesn't overwrite the Black and white. In conclusion, Chair Miller and Judiciary Committee members, I urge you to vote no on these bills as it will affect you, your colleagues, and families with prison sentences and no real rehabilitation or re-entry into our communities. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in Carson City in support? I'm sorry, in opposition? Not seeing anyone. I do see someone there in Las Vegas. Are you there to testify in opposition to the bill?
I am, Chair.
Please proceed.
My name is Aisha Goins, AESHAGOINS. I'm here as the Vice President of the NAACP. I stand in solidarity with my colleagues in Carson. I also just want to give a moment to grieve and mourn those persons' lives that were tragically impacted by the war on drugs. It's hurtful and harmful to have this conversation over and over and over again this session. It has been a reoccurring trauma for me personally. I am sure that the intent of this bill isn't, and have been heard, isn't to incite another war on drugs. However, implementation always shows up a different way. I thank the chair and the committee for being so mindful and thoughtful, for asking all the questions and wanting to have a full understanding. And I'm sure that we all heard that there is just no conclusion. It's just inconclusive on how this bill will show up in our communities. And I would hope that you would take all of that into heart and consider all of the communities, especially those who have already been impacted, what this will mean for their lives all over again. I appreciate your intentions, but implementation scares me personally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else there in Las Vegas who wishes to testify in opposition? Okay, not seeing anyone. Broadcasting, will you open the lines, please? And I will say that I just want to make this quick comment that we will lose the phone lines at noon. Oh, the room? Just the room. Okay, I'm sorry. The room in Las Vegas will be turning over at noon. So let me do this. Is there anyone there in Las Vegas to testify in neutral? Okay, not seeing anyone. Okay, then we are good to go with Las Vegas. And broadcasting, please open the lines for our testimony in opposition.
To testify in opposition to Senate Bill 35 and/or Senate Bill 343, please press star 9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Shelby Swartz of Battleborn Progress. We stand today in opposition to SB 35 and SB 343 as written. While we commend efforts to quell the outbreak of fentanyl deaths and offer amendments, we believe these bills will still have severe unintended consequences. Mandatory minimum sentences for simple drug possession or trafficking, as seen in this bill, are reminiscent of the failed war on drugs. They are not proven to deter crime while also increasing the likelihood of recidivism. I know the sponsors do not think that this is the same as the war on drugs. However, the words we heard today in these bills are eerily similar. This is going backwards from the work we have done the past several sessions. Even the fear and stigma created by these enhanced penalties can lead to communities having a fear and distrust of law enforcement that further erodes public safety and trust. As the niece of an uncle who died houseless after years of drug and alcohol addiction, this is personal for me. Preventing overdose deaths and treating addiction are matters of public health, not prisons. Lawmakers should follow the guidance of public health experts on this issue rather than pushing for further incarceration for people who probably do not even know that they are in possession of these drugs. This bill will in fact kill. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole Williams, Williams. I am in firm opposition of SB 35 and SB 343, and due to time constraints, I'll echo all of the previous speakers' statements. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Garrett Haid, and I'm the organizing director with the Nevada Recovery Advocacy Project. But more importantly, I'm a person in long-term recovery since March 3rd, 2015 from opioid use disorder. I'm here today to strongly express my opposition to both bills. While I share everyone's concern about reducing overdose deaths in Nevada, it worries me that our state's elected officials think that new crimes and increased penalties are the solutions. The failed drug war has shown us anything. Harsher punishments and prison terms do not deter the use of drugs. I am somebody who can attest to this fact personally, as I have been incarcerated multiple times for felony possession of related offenses. Never once did I leave the justice system and stop using drugs. On the contrary, I went directly back to it, putting myself at extremely high risk for fatal overdose, which data and evidence will support. The fact is that these bills will target possession. They will fill Nevada's prisons with people who have substance use disorder just like me. And that will include people who had no idea the drugs they bought had trace amounts of fentanyl in them. Because as we have heard, it has infiltrated and tainted the nation's drug supply. I might also add that many times in my life, I had bought in excess of 40, 50, 60, 70 pills because a group of our friends pulled money to bring down the price of these pills. Under these new laws, the one person who went to pick them up would be considered a trafficker. Further criminalizing addiction won't solve the opioid crisis. Instead of focusing on criminalization, we should be strengthening public health programs that focus on life-saving interventions, prevention, treatment, and recovery. Over 8 years ago, I found recovery, and I've been able to maintain it only because of evidence-based care. I had access to stable, ethical, and supportive recovery housing. I was able to access peer support, math services, and mental health care, and was given a chance at employment despite my criminal background. But I can promise you that was not easy. Just even 3 years ago, 9 years after my last arrest, I was denied the ability to rent an apartment because of my record. Today, I'm a member of this community. I pay taxes, I vote, I own a home. I was just married this last year, and I will be a first-time father come September. All I can say is thank God these laws were not in effect while I was still struggling. I would have been deprived of the beautiful life recovery has afforded me, and it deeply pains me that if these bills pass, you will be depriving others of the same opportunity.
Sir,
please vote no on these bills. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Sean Navarro. In the interest of Brenda, kind of second what folks stated in opposition to this bill, I think drug policy should be led by public health advocates and not by the police. And thank you so much for your time, and I ask you to oppose this bill. Bills, excuse me.
Hello, my name is Laura Martin. I'm the Executive Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada, here in opposition to Senate Bill 35 and Senate Bill 343. Just to save time, most people have already said what we were going to offer in our testimony, but I also just still want to lift up that this should be guided by public health solutions, not carceral systems, and definitely not the police. As we welcome stadiums and Hollywood and all of these big corporations to our state, we have to use it as an opportunity to strengthen our own healthcare network incentivize people becoming doctors and nurses and healthcare providers. We shouldn't wait until we're just trying to throw people in prison. I mean, I too can conjure up some tears. My brother Ian OD'd July 17th, 2001, but he needed help. He didn't need the possibility of arrest. So thank you for holding this hearing again and giving people the opportunity to share their thoughts. And I will leave it at that. Thank you. Hello, thank you. My name is Alyssa Cooley, Cooley. I'm a constituent of Assembly District 4 and Senate District 18. And though my brother died from an opioid overdose 15 years ago, I oppose both these bills. As committee members have pointed out this morning, there seems to be too many unknowns relating to these bills and how they will be enforced, how the larger problem will be addressed, what the actual impact will be fiscally and socially, etc. Importantly, criminalizing amounts of fentanyl without a procedure in place to accurately and scientifically measure those amounts when mixed into other substances strongly indicates that these bills are premature. I do not seek to diminish the severity of the fentanyl crisis, and I strongly and deeply feel for those affected and our community as a whole, but I only ask that the legislature not put the cart before the horse on this important issue. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Hardeep Fall, also known as Dee. I'm an attorney in Las Vegas. I'm firmly opposed to SB 35 and SB 343. Unfortunately, each one of you have a duty to criminalize, not criminalize common people. This is not a trafficker bill, but only goes to stroke the egos of those who introduced it. None of these bills take care of the root problem of drugs. It will penalize everyday Nevadans, not only by the increased cost to Nevadans, but also reallocating already stretched resources that will hurt ultimately all Nevadans in the end. Moreover, this does not take care of the El Chapos of the world, because here we are today. Stop grandstanding on the backs of Nevadans. This does not protect Nevadans. Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Karp, Laurenkarp, and I'm calling to express my strong opposition of SB 35 and 343, which is criminalizing possessions as a means of addressing the impact of fentanyl, particularly due to its harmful impact on marginalized and BIPOC communities. The war on drugs relied on punitive measures, and it failed. It further perpetuated racial disparities within the criminal justice system. Despite similar rates of drug use across racial and ethnic groups, BIPOC individuals, particularly Black and Brown communities, face higher arrest, conviction, and harsher sentencing for drug-related offenses. This will deepen systemic racism, perpetuate social inequalities, and contribute to mass incarceration. Criminalization also leads to stigmatization. BIPOC communities already face socioeconomic disadvantages. They bear the brunt of the stigma, creating barriers to employment, education, housing, and healthcare. Successful recovery and reintegration become even more challenging. We must shift our approach to treating addiction as a public health issue. By investing in health-centered strategies, we can reduce racial disparities, promote equity, and foster healthier communities. It's time to move away from the failed war on drugs and prioritize justice, compassion, and equity. Moreover, the criminalization of possession diverts resources from evidence-based treatment, prevention, and harm reduction programs. Valuable resources are wasted on law enforcement and incarceration instead of addressing the root causes of addiction. This lack of investment disproportionately impacts marginalized communities and perpetuates the cycle of addiction and criminal justice involvement. I urge you today to consider the profound impact of criminalizing possession on BIPOC and other marginalized communities, oppose this legislation that seeks to criminalize possession, and advocate for policies that prioritize treating addiction as a public health issue, supporting marginalized communities, and promoting equity. It is my opinion that strong, healthy communities make policing obsolete. Thank you for your time. Hello?
Yes, we're here. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. My name is Ashley Gaddis, Gaddis, and I'd like to echo all the questions, concerns, and comments that's already been stated. I would like to add that I do agree with the effort and intent to arrest and incarcerate the traffickers, but this bill right now does not provide the protection for the addicted person. And as we all know, what's said right here, right now in legislation will not shadow in the court of law when it comes down to the legal aspect of it, of who's an addict and who's a trafficker, who goes to prison, who goes to rehab. And I am an active participant in recovery and the MAP program right now. And so my concern is that this would criminalize addicts. The prison system should not become housing for people who really need help with addiction, especially right now when services are so limited within the NDOC. And so I would oppose this bill, SB 35. Thank you.
Broadcasting, is there anyone else on the line?
Yes, Chair.
Good morning.
Caller
My name
with
is Sean O'Donnell.
I'm sorry, did you say Sean Navarro?
Sean O'Donnell.
O'Donnell, okay, and will you please spell that, please?
Yes, SEANODONNELL. I'm from the Foundation for Recovery. We're a charitable organization operated by people and families recovering from substance use and co-occurring disorders. We have lost our friends and our families to overdose, and we're the very constituents these bills incorrectly target. We're in opposition to both bills. The intent of these bills is good, but critically misses the mark. The strategy to address overdose deaths presented in these bills are not supported by evidence. On the contrary, we know this approach harms communities. Whether it's intended or not, these bills will wrongly harm people like me and Wanda. I want to make a quick point that fentanyl cannot be likened to GHB. There are people who do use fentanyl, oftentimes mixed with other substances. Addiction is a chronic progressive disease. What the presenters are failing to mention is purity. There's no way for us to test purity in our state, and we cannot have this conversation until we can. So 4 to 14 grams of other substances like cocaine, meth, or heroin is personal use. But if that substance tests positive for some fentanyl, then they're a drug trafficker. It just doesn't make sense. We have not seen any evidence or data that supports the idea that this is a necessary or effective tool to combat this crisis. There are better tools that we can provide our law enforcement and communities to combat this crisis, not cast a wide net that inevitably will target people impacted by drug use. It's bad policy until we can separate the traffickers from the users, and the current language does not offer that. It's a waste of our resources. And the mandatory sentences are one thing, but I want lawmakers to keep in mind what happens following incarceration. They end up at the doorstep of our organization and other nonprofits. The long-term effects of these felony charges makes it exponentially harder for our recovery team to find housing and employment for people with felony charges. And what happens to someone when they can't find a place to live or work? The cycle starts over. And data from the Nevada Suitors Report shows people recently released from incarceration are one of the highest risk groups for overdoses in our state. So really, evidence suggests measures such as this lead to more deaths. Families, people recovering from substance use disorder, criminal justice, public health experts, we all agree that this is regressive policy and will not address our ability to curb opioid deaths or deter fentanyl in our drug supply. Thank you.
Hello, this is Catherine Sitsis from Nevada Assembly District 8, Katherne, last name Sitsis, speaking in opposition to these bills. These bills are an emotional, fear-based reaction to a problem that should instead be battled with data-based research and the benefit of decades of hindsight that we have today. We know from history that harsher punishments do not reduce drug use or deaths and must not repeat the mistakes of the past. While the bills may be well-intentioned, they would undoubtedly catch small-time users and addicts. Passing this bill knowing that fentanyl is almost always part of a compound, but without the infrastructure and capacity to determine the actual amount of fentanyl within a compound is irresponsible. It's taking the approach of shoot first, ask questions later, and the consequences of its passage could be tragic for our community, and Nevadans deserve better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julian Gregory, JulianGregory. I'm a constituent of AD5 and SD8. I'm calling in opposition to SB 35 and SB 343. I believe that the testimony given today renders the exhortations of the proponents hollow, and that this is not a continuation of the war on drugs. And I would ask you to not consider these bills. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Smith Peterson, SMITHPETERSON. I am an attorney and resident of Senate District 18 and Assembly District 4. This afternoon, I'm here to express my sincere opposition to both SB 35 and SB 343. I have gone through and read the bill along with proposed amendments and can see that these two bills, which may seem like they are targeting drug traffickers and in support of families with children who have succumbed to fentanyl, is in fact targeting those who are addicted. This bill makes it a crime so that any possession of fentanyl or any drug that contains trace amounts of fentanyl is considered a crime. Cocaine, ecstasy, and the like. We have heard from families that fentanyl was laced in Percocet, in oxycodone, and in methamphetamine. What we are witnessing with these bills is an attempt to recriminalize being addicted to drugs. We are witnessing the reincarceration of the Wandas through its impact, and we are witnessing a bill that seems to revive old drug laws in the state of Nevada that labels addicts as felons and as prisoners. To add insult to injury, it is also added in SB 35 that after individuals are sent to prison, then they have the chance to receive the drug rehabilitation and treatment that they need. However, instead of choosing to constructively channel our resources to treatment and addiction services, we would rather make it harder for them to recover. To our assembly members, the plain language of the bill is very clear, and it will affect many of our most vulnerable. Please vote no on both SB 35 and SB 343. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Quentin Savoy. That is Quentin. Last name is S like Sam, A like Apple, V like Victor, WOIR. I'm the president of the Las Vegas chapter of NAACP, and we are in firm opposition to both bills being discussed today. While we appreciate the spirited discussion, and I want to make sure we express our condolences for folks whose families have passed away from fentanyl, I'm appalled that we haven't learned from our mistakes. I'm a product of the war on drugs. Growing up, my mother had a drug addiction, a crack addiction, and I watched our local police criminalize her and disrupt our family and our neighborhood. And I can't help but see the vestiges of that in this bill. We find money for all kinds of things in this state, but we can't seem to find money to care about people and to invest in the care that people need so that we don't have to have bills like this. As my comrade and brother Attar said, the drug traffickers have already earned their dollars. They've already made their money. We have a responsibility to make sure that we are protecting our community from being over-policed and unfairly subjugated to law enforcement. I urge a strong opposition to this bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Betty Guess. That's BETTYGUESS, and I'm calling in opposition to SB 35 and SB 343. I'm in opposition to these bills for all the reasons that have been previously mentioned, but also because this will not stop fentanyl from coming into our communities. And while I deeply empathize with victims and their families, this will also not heal their pain. And I hope and pray that we find ways to honor and respect victims and their families without creating additional victims in the system. My hope is that we will build communities that value and fund treatment to eradicate this problem so we don't need to even worry about traffickers because we won't have users to buy it. In the meantime, This is not the answer. I oppose both of these bills, SB 35 and SB 343. Thank you.
Caller with the last three digits, 633, you are unmuted and may begin.
Hi, my name is Madeline Larson. I'm the co-chair of the Northern Nevada Harm Reduction Alliance and a Master of Public Health student at the University of Nevada, Reno. These bills go against everything that we are taught for promoting public health. I strongly urge you to oppose these bills. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Bishop Jackson Jr., spelled BISHOP JACKSON and I oppose both SB Bill 35 and 343 for reasons already spoken by previous speakers. Thank you.
My name is Randy Fiedler. I live in Assembly District 15, represented by Howard Watts, and Senate District 10, represented by Senator Donate. And I'm calling to oppose this bill, and I urge the Assembly Judiciary Committee to vote against it for all the reasons stated by everyone who has opposed the bill. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Chandler Cooks. I want to start by thanking the committee for your diligent efforts in scrutinizing this bill and raising the pertinent questions that uncovered the complications and potential pitfalls of this bill. So thank you. But as history has shown, the alignment between intention and real-world outcomes often don't correlate. Though this bill may appear commendable and well-intentioned, it has the potential to cause serious unintended consequences that detrimentally affect our communities and further exacerbate the existing disparities in our criminal justice system. This bill seeks to establish new crimes for trafficking fentanyl, but at what cost? Implementing harsh penalties without necessary discernment will undermine the fundamental principles of justice and fairness. The approach this bill takes neglects to distinguish between the levels of involvement in individual circumstances, which will ensnare folks who have been unwittingly or marginally involved in what is being deemed as trafficking. So instead of further entrenching criminal drug offenses, our focus ought to be directed towards addressing the fundamental catalysts of substance abuse and providing a range of treatments and support services tailored to those individual needs. And while I hold genuine appreciation for the underlying intentions behind this bill, it behooves you to take a step back and consider all of the potential risks and errors before enacting hasty legislation that could do more harm than good. Thank you.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Yesenia Moya, Yesenia Moya. I am a local community member impacted by these bills. I am here in opposition to both SB 35 and SB 343 by all of the reasons aforementioned by the vast amount of community members that have shown up to call in opposition. I truly believe that though the AG and the senator may have the best intentions in the world, and law enforcement may as well, our communities deserve safety. And as mentioned by the questions from the committee to them, that this seems like an issue that should be for DHS. This is about public health, and it needs to be addressed as such and not criminalized. We already have seen as history, we don't need history to replace itself and to replay here in Nevada. So please oppose SB 35 and SB 343. As the community, as you've seen, the entire community has come back out in opposition for this. Please do not pass this bill.
Hello, my name is Jason Makris, Makris. I'm an attorney here in Las Vegas. I'm also a resident of Assembly District 18, which is Assemblywoman Considine, and I'm Senate District 7, Senator Lang. I'm in strong opposition of SB 35 and SB 343 for the reasons that many of the people have already stated previously. I offer my condolences to the victims and family members who have lost people due to overdoses, but this is not the correct bill to address those issues. Indeed, when asked Attorney General Ford how we would make the transfer from qualitative to quantitative difference in measuring, he said that this would take time. In the meantime, many people who are addicts would be swept up into during this bill. It would not be afforded the recovery and access to care that they need. Finally, law enforcement has many tools at their disposal already to deal with these issues, as indicated by Deputy District Attorney Schwartzer, who indicated other ways in which they have effectively charged people who are trafficking in these drugs. I strongly urge all of the Assembly members to learn from history and not let it repeat itself, and vote no to SB 35 and SB 343. Thank you so much for your time.
If you have recently joined and would like to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 35 and/or Senate Bill 343, please press star 9 now.
Hi, my name is Amy Yonezawa, Amyyon like Nancy, ES like Sam, AWA. I'm a constituent of Assembly District 4 and Senate District 18, and I strongly oppose these bills. For time's sake, I'll just echo the points made by others and ask the committee members to look at the online opinions where constituents can more fully explain their reasons. Please vote no. Thank you.
There are no other callers choosing to testify in opposition at this time.
Thank you so much for that. So then I will open it up for neutral testimony, but I always want to make sure that everyone is clear what neutral is. Neutral is you may be speaking on the functionality of the bill or the process, but you're not taking a position on either side of the policy that's presented. So starting here in Carson City.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Carla Wagner, Karlawagner. I'm a professor of public health at the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm here to provide a scientific perspective on the potential effects of laws that increase sentencing penalties. I'm not representing the university in my viewpoints, though my testimony is supported by decades of research conducted by myself and others in the field. The evidence shows that increasing sentencing penalties does not prevent overdose deaths. And in fact, there is a scientific consensus that increased sentencing penalties can increase risk for overdose death. In my research in Nevada, fear of law enforcement is a primary deterrent from seeking medical help during an overdose. People equate calling 911 for help with calling the police, and many people simply will not do it. In the absence of medical intervention, overdose victims are more likely to die. And in the face of increasing penalties, people are more likely to hide their drug use from others and use drugs alone, both of which are primary determinants of overdose risk for overdose death. You heard earlier that incarceration itself is a risk factor for overdose death, so I would just like to put a number on that. People recently released from prison have 10 to 12 times the risk for overdose death compared to non-incarcerated people. Research from as far back as the 1980s shows that mandatory minimum sentencing laws do not achieve their desired deterrent effects and exacerbate racial disparities in incarceration. Regardless of intent, laws like this that impose harsher sentences create negative outcomes based on the fear they create in communities, and my research is dedicated to understanding those mechanisms. Public health strategies, on the other hand, operate by creating knowledge, autonomy, and access to evidence-based treatment. Finally, I would just like to comment on a concern that's been expressed in terms of concern for the safety of uniformed first responders and occupational exposure to fentanyl. We understand that our uniformed first responders are experiencing unprecedented levels of burnout and fatigue from responding to the fentanyl crisis, and now they're also facing concerns about workplace exposure. I want to share what the national experts have to say on this issue, and if you'd like, I can submit the statement to the committee.
Yes, please, and then I can only give you a little bit more time, but I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. But we would appreciate if you could submit it.
So briefly, the American College of Medical Toxicology and the American Academy of Clinical Toxicology released a statement weighing in on the risks of occupational exposure to fentanyl and resulting toxicity. And their conclusions are that incidental and dermal exposure of fentanyl are not a risk for overdose. For opioid toxicity to occur, the drug must enter the blood and brain. Toxicity cannot occur from simply being in proximity to or touching the drug. There are trainings available for our first responders. I'm collaborating with people at the state to make those happen and make those available for our first responders to make it safer for them to do their job and teach them strategies to keep themselves safe. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any other neutral in the room? I know that the people in Las Vegas are there for another bill, so I'm not anticipating, or another committee, I'm not anticipating any neutral there. Broadcasting, is there any neutral on the line?
To testify in neutral to Senate Bill 35 and/or Senate Bill 343, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers choosing to testify in neutral at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. Then I will go ahead and close testimony. I would like to mention that there was one final question for AG Ford, and he is willing to answer it, but for the sake of time, and we have another committee that's trying to come in, I'm still going to welcome you back up for final remarks. That I'm going to ask the Assemblywoman to ask that question offline. With that, I will welcome Attorney General Ford and Senate Majority Leader Cannizzaro back up for any final remarks.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Aaron Ford for the record. Thank you to you and the committee for this robust hearing, and thanks to all of those who've participated. I just want to comment. I didn't get to hear all of the public comment because I came in afterwards, but pardon me, the opposition. But I want to note a couple of things that I did hear. Let me be clear. Most of y'all know me well enough to know I could care less about patent stats. I could care less about patent stats. That is not my approach to criminal justice or criminal justice reform. Patent stats, stroking my ego, those are not the driving factors or forces behind me attempting to address an issue that is very important to you there on the dais, those behind me here, those on the screen, and those in our communities. People are dying right now because of fentanyl. And I'm not one who takes the hyperbole quite a lot, but I can tell you this. I can guarantee you that at the rate we're going, if we do nothing this legislative session, more people would die from fentanyl overdoses. And we have an opportunity to address that, not only from the public health perspective, which we are doing, and I'm certain there are many bills of the thousand that are percolating through this session right now that address this issue from a public health perspective. But we need a public safety perspective as well. With all due respect, DHHS will not arrest the traffickers. That's not their job. That's the law. That's the job of law enforcement. And that takes me to this notion of the fact that some are conflating issues, saying that this bill is criminalizing drug possession. It is not. There's already a law that criminalizes drug possession. It exists. It's not this bill. This bill criminalizes trafficking. That's a distinction. That's a humongous difference in the context of this conversation, and we have to keep that in mind. We're talking about traffickers, not users, not the addicts, not anyone who is not a trafficker. We are focusing on traffickers, and that's a distinction that makes a huge difference. And in that regard, I suspect, although I don't know, I haven't read the RAND study, but I suspect the RAND study doesn't say going after traffickers is an ineffective way of addressing issues. It may say going after drug users is, but going after traffickers, I don't suspect any research will tell you is an ineffective way of lowering drug use in our communities. So, with all due respect, again, I will say this has not been an easy conversation. It's been mostly a difficult one, to be sure, but it's been cordial. And I want to end by appreciating and voicing the appreciation to those who have engaged in respectful discourse with me on this issue, on all sides of the issue, understanding that I bring to this nothing but a sincere desire to address an issue that I think needs to be addressed. We may respectfully disagree on the approach to take, and that may be very well what you all decide to do, but I have done nothing in this context aside from trying to address this issue. So with that, Madam Chair, I again appreciate the opportunity to have been here, and I will entertain any additional questions offline as you've indicated. In the meantime, tender the mic to my colleague, Senator Cannizzaro.
And thank you, Madam Chair, Nicole Cannizzaro, Senate District 6, and members of the committee for what was a very thoughtful conversation. And I think, again, and I want to be very clear here, and I know the Attorney General has said it many times, we are attempting to address a problem. That is where this is coming from. This is not coming as some sort of an attempt to over-criminalize, overpopulate prisons with people who are in mere possession or who are mere users or who have an opioid addiction. Again, I think we can do both. I think that we can say that there are places where we can invest more to assure the Nevadans that they can address addiction issues, where we can make a distinction between someone who is in possession of a small amount for personal use and those who are taking an extraordinary amount of fentanyl-laced pills and distributing it out to our communities that is resulting in the deaths of mostly young people. Again, they are lucky if they make it to an emergency room in the cases of fentanyl. They are lucky if that's the result of what happens. Because most of the time, that's not what happens. And for us to know that that is happening and to take no action whatsoever because we are afraid to do so, I think is not a place where I am certainly comfortable being. I think there's been a lot of open conversation about how we can, and we remain hopeful that there will be some additional offered amendments to this bill to help address some of the concerns we've heard here today. I remain committed to that. That has not changed. But I do think that there is a useful tool for law enforcement, especially where we're hearing someone who has hundreds of pills who simply cannot be, who is distributing them, who cannot be prosecuted. That, to me, when we see this in our communities, and that's the face of what is happening, and that's what we're hearing from people who handle these cases, who engage in these investigations, and there's nothing that they can do about it, that, to me, is just not an acceptable answer to the families and to the folks who are touched by this. We have to do something. What that is, I think we're trying to find the right balance of. And I think that the Attorney General sort of outlaid some of the other pieces that I would have offered. But I just wanted this committee to be sure that this is coming from a place of trying to solve an issue, of trying to get at individuals who are victimizing our communities, and is not an attempt. And we hear you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee, this is not an attempt to create disparities or to recreate the war on drugs. And I know that there are concerns. They're legitimate. We are hearing them. We are trying to address them. But I want you to know that this does come from a good place. And certainly good intentions are not the only thing that we can look at. We can also look at smart policy. We're continuing to do that. And just want to thank the committee for what is a lot of time, and but a conversation that deserves the time and the questions. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you, Attorney General Ford and Majority Leader, for appreciating the time and effort and that this warrants. Thank you for that. With that, the final thing we do have is public comment. So if there's any public comment, starting here in Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Melissa Clement, Nevada Right to Life, MELISSA-CLEMENT. During the May 12th hearing on SB 38, Chair Miller stated on the record that there is more child abuse in churches and daycares than schools. I would like to clarify that misinformation on the record today. I have, and will send to you, a number of media stories about the 2004 Department of Education report on educator sexual misconduct, which is considered the authoritative Subject on the matter, the conclusion of these materials, about 10% of students in schools report sexual misconduct, including molestation, from the CBS piece, in accordance with a requirement of President Bush's No Child Left Behind Act. In 2002, the Department of Ed carried out a study on sexual abuse in schools. Hofstra University researcher Carol Shakeshaft looked into the problem, and the first thing that came to her mind when Ed Week reported on the study were the daily headlines about the Catholic Church. Think the Catholic Church has a problem? She said the physical sexual abuse of students in schools is likely more than 100 times the abuse by priests. Child sex abuse is one of the nation's greatest tragedies, and as a parent, I thank the committee for your efforts to tackle this problem. Predators will go where there are ready victims. It is easy to concentrate on churches and Boy Scouts like the media tends to do, but for the sake of our children, it is good to be aware that the school system has deep and underreported problems. Again, thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in Carson City? Anyone in Las Vegas? Broadcasting, is there anyone on the lines?
To provide public comment, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers choosing to provide public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And so with that, again, I thank you to the members. Thank you for your diligence and your hard work. Thank you to committee staff. Thank you to Vice Chair Marzola, because I know this held up your next committee that you're starting. But with that, this meeting is adjourned, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.